I think that's as good as we're going to get for the night. Unfortunately, I'm not having any luck trying to call my ISP. So I'm just kind of like, I'm not even sure if like the settings are enough to like see shit. It's just completely killed my mood. I see the frames are still kind of dropping. Like I even set up the mobile hotspot on my phone and it's not even using it. So I don't know. It's just I fucking live in an area where they run a monopoly, and if they don't want to give you internet, even if you're paying for it, you don't get net. Just give me a minute. It's like in my mind I'm like debating whether or not I even want to stream tonight, just because this just messes with my mental health quite a bit. And I really don't want to cancel one of the weekend streams. But if I feel like I'm gonna be just in the wrong mind space, I might just cut the stream. Because it's really sad when you can't even get fucking 2 megabytes of your upload speed when you pay for 20. It's like I'm not even trying to stream at like 720, this is at fucking 648, 48p for frames. It's like I'm not even trying to stream at 1080, which my net would more than allow for if it wasn't a fucking cock-sucking piece of shit. I fucking hate Mediacom so much. It's like they specifically buy out areas so they can run their monopoly, so they can overcharge for a service they won't even fucking deliver. Okay. Let me take a deep breath. I'm not giving up. I'm not gonna give up. Like, I will have to deal probably with this and more in the future. And it's something we all have to deal with eventually. One day I'll get to move somewhere else and stuff, and I gotta focus. That's what I do. I gotta focus. And let me take a drink of water. We're not cutting the stream. We're not giving in to Mediacom. We're gonna do the stream tonight. But I do need a good minute to try to clean up my headspace, because I refuse to stream in a bad mood. And if I'm going to stream, I need a second to collect my thoughts and do whatever sort of mental loopholes I need to run myself through. Because you guys have to put up with me. That's the thing that I worry about the most. Is like, I don't mind being in a bad mood if other people can't tell. But when it becomes obvious, like, I don't like me personally, I don't like listening in on streams where they're obviously having a bad time and there's not really anything I can do about it. But it's when they have that energy, that positive mindset, that even if like they're like just being thrown with shit in their face or whatever, they're pushing through it, and you can't tell that they're really having a bad time. And that's like a point where I'd like to get to be. So this is a good test. This is a good test. Okay. So let's do this. So, let's look at the bright news. Last week we had both the stomach flu and we're getting over a sinus infection, and so I might still just be a little touchy from like getting over that, but it's just about all out of my system. The stomach flu definitely is. The sinuses, they're still kind of irking me a bit. They're definitely hitting me with the dehydration quite a bit, and it's just like every morning I've woken up with the nosebleed that lasts for like a good 15 minutes. It's not been that great, but I am still like chugging all the water I can. And let's see, potential suggestion, could plan a watch. You know, that really wouldn't be a bad thing. I might consider, well, actually no, that would, here's the problem with the watch along. Is that's gonna stress my bandwidth even more, because I'm gonna be well, no. I'll think about it. There might be ways we can get around that without impacting our bandwidth. But yeah, that might be a good idea. Is like stuff like that is just like, because if it's not a gaming stream and my net's just going like to pod or whatever, having other activities that won't be intensive on frames, I can stream at a lower bit rate, lower resolution. You know, the stuff that people aren't necessarily going to have their eyes focused on. They're going to be either watching something themselves, or they're just going to at least be listening in for the audio. That is a great suggestion, Pancake. Thank you. That is a good suggestion. So we're just gonna push through with it tonight. Like I said, there's this little character sheet meme by Paris Art. It's probably more than a year old at this point, but I figured it'd be fun to fill in at some point, especially for people that either didn't catch the debut, don't know too much of Lily's backstory. Granted, there's going to be a ton of holes and stuff, because I guarantee there's going to be points about her character, backstory, whatnot, that I'm not going to have all the time in the world to explain tonight. There's a lot that's still unfinished and stuff. But over time, I do want to delve more and more into it, and maybe a year from now it'll be a little more cohesive. And maybe we'll have a lot more like options to do something with it. But yeah. Having worst case scenario plans as a backup, that is a great, they're not solution, but just something to keep in mind, because it gets stressful to look at the dropped frames and stuff. But yeah. So just for the night, we'll do the little character sheet. We'll not go into any like the bingo memes and stuff. We'll see how the net's doing, and if it's doing well, I'll bring it in as like a surprise on Saturday or Sunday if it's not working well. And if the net's just not gonna work out this weekend, I'm gonna come up. I might do that tonight after we get done streaming. We might start looking at movie options, and I might take suggestions on Twitter to see what people may just want to tune in and listen to, so they can watch their video while just listening in and stuff, and maybe just having commentary, both with the chat and just me speaking over the mic. You know, because here's one thing that's kind of irking me. Is I know I have the bitrate set even lower than the average speed I'm getting, but I'm thinking I'm getting a ton of packet loss. So basically, that's where my net is like cutting out and starting. It's like stop, start, stop, start. And I feel like that's going to create stutter regardless of how like fast or slow my internet's going. So I kind of worry if that's gonna create some sort of latency, but I'm not gonna worry about that because that's just my mind starting to overthink something I've not even tested. So we would have to do at least one video night to tell whether or not that's going to become an issue. But until then, it's a great suggestion. It is something I'll keep in mind. And let's just make a plan. Movie suggestions. Like if you have one at any point, drop them in the chat. And because we might need that for tomorrow. And I might have to find a way to, I guess I could like preload the video, but I have to get like Amazon Prime Video or something, or just I might just go online to find another movie source. One thing that could be fun to watch. I haven't seen Shrek in like 20 years, and I've heard multiple people talking about it in different channels, and I feel like that could be a good one to watch again. It could also be anime. There is quite a few that are coming out this season. Like I heard Shield Hero and something else was getting a second season. So that could be an option. But yeah. You can drop suggestions in chat. You can drop them in Twitter whenever I like put up a post and whatnot. Or just even shoot a DM or something. And we'll go from there. But for right now, we are... I am just gonna apologize for all the dropped frames. Like my settings are just probably as low as acceptable they can be, so you guys aren't looking at completely blurry text. Because unfortunately, what we're going to be doing for the first at least half hour or 1 hour is going to involve some text, which thankfully is bold, big lettered, so the edges and stuff might be a little funky. But I will avoid using non-bold text just for the sake of it showing up on the video. Kimetsu no Yaiba is something it's been on my list. And stuff like that I think would definitely have potential. Because I think my anime backlog in the past couple of years has just become massive. I used to be a big anime watcher. Like I would keep up with the stuff that I wanted to see season after season, and at some point 3-4 years I just kind of got burnt out, or stuff just didn't feel as good, or just I feel like there was a bit of a quality drop. Well, there's obviously some exceptions, but that was just like the overall trend that I felt. But yes, there's stuff we can do. So I'm going to ask, can you guys at least hear me without major stutters? Because I'm looking at the dropped frames and it's at about 20%. Usually at 10%, it rarely does like a buffering. At 20%, I'm not sure. Okay, good. You can still hear me. So we can at least proceed for now. So yeah, we'll get through this. And I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to try to keep the positive emotion up so we can get through this. And then we'll just get through Sophie. So while I'm playing the game, I'm going to apologize because it may not be the most beautiful thing on your screen for today at least. But I'm just going to try to focus on the game when we get there and not look at my dropped frames. But if the video like just stops playing or something, post that in the chat. Because it'll probably depend on whether or not I still have an internet connection. But like I said, I do have my mobile tether set up. It was supposed to be a backup for the not dropping any more frames, but even my phone is just not giving me internet connection tonight. So maybe it's not just my ISP. Maybe something happened in town, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, Circle. And that's why I'm trying not to be such a doom poster, because my mental health, like a lot of you guys know me personally, is I do have quite a few issues. But in the past couple of months, I'm doing more and more that I can to get through those and not make them a problem. So, yeah, I'm just happy to hear that you're here just to listen to me blabble, and the video games will be second and stuff like that. Because like I said, it's not always going to be the case where we're having internet connections. It's just if I don't call my ISP one day, then that's a sign to them. It's like, okay, they think their net's working or they're not using their net again. Let's throttle them at full speed. And I got to remember, it's not always them. 90% of the time, it's definitely them throttling my speed. But the other 10% of the time, there's usually a legitimate issue going on. I will definitely catch all those links on like a break or something, but it's about like 40 minutes past the original start time, and I know a lot of that was probably downtime from me either calling my ISP or just trying to fiddle with the settings. So let's not take up too much more time. Let's get into this, because I've glanced over a couple of things, not everything. So there's probably some I'm going to have to do a little bit of thinking about. Well, let's go ahead and get started. For the people who don't know, because like I said, I don't care whether or not you're referring to me as Zephyr, Zephy, Zephril, however you feel comfortable. I have a lot of old names. Like I used to be called Kaze by an old guild I used to game a lot with, as well as Zephyrus, which was like the name that I used for multiple years on Ragnarok Online. But that is more, I guess, like my personality name identity. Character name, some people still call me Lily, and that's completely up to them. I take both, especially when I'm in character and whatnot. But even if I say like I'm not always in character, our personalities are just so overlapped that it's hard not to be out of character. So I leave it up to people who I guess have a preference for them. Let me get my font size down a little bit. So for the longest time, well, I say the longest time, it's more like since her origination back in, I think it was 2008, is when I first started working on concepts. Okay, the text is still too small. I thought 55 was going to be too big. Let's do 58. Hey, what's going on, Bacon? How you doing? How you doing tonight? How about we just do it all caps? Like, then I don't have to worry about any sort of bit rate compression messing with it. However, let me just type this. For multiple years, very many years, her last name in the back of my head was always Zephyrus. Like there was always a tie-in back to my old Alice and whatnot, or alias. Alice? I forget. I speak English, but my knowledge of pronunciation is always been a weakness of mine, both because I've never made like intentional time to practice it. Two, I've just never been good at English in school. Like, I don't know how I made it through straight A's, because back when I was in like elementary school, D was like the highest score I would get in on English. And somewhere in middle school, I just got really good at memorization. So I think all the scores I made in like since then on English have been purely due to good memorization skills and not necessarily English skills. But yes, for the longest time, her last name was indeed Zephyrus, and there was a bit of a tie-in, cause how much backstory do I need to go into? Well, I'll explain at a later date, because that'll take a lot more time, because then I have to talk about a certain Phoenix and why she has the last name Zephyrus, and why a Phoenix and Zephyrus go hand in hand. However, within the last year, we have changed the last name to something more standard and something that's not like gonna cause issues with, I guess, mixing different mythologies as far as the whole backstory. Like, it goes pretty deep. which is why I need a lot of time to get the sort of consistency going and whatnot. But as far as why the name Moetsuki, basically you have 2 kanji going here, because it's Japanese, by the way. Oh, I'm gonna have to change it to a Japanese font too, aren't I? So I need to remember to go back to Segway UI Black. And let me go and grab one of these Japanese fonts. So we have both kanji for Moeru and Tsuki. One for burning, one for moon. It looks like... Oh, I'm sorry, Spam. I didn't know you were out there. You're probably waiting on Sophie too, aren't you? Yeah, I wanted to start in with a little character sheet a few people have been poking me about. And, oh, I see how you just got here. Yeah, we've been having a little bit of fun. We had a bit of a rough start where I hardly had any internet connection at all. I had to call my ISP. And I guess they don't know really what's going on. They said they did some sort of like boost to the connection. I'm not sure what that means. But I'm at least able to stream at a limited capacity. Obviously, I'm still getting a couple of dropped frames. So I'm just kind of having to bear with it. So I didn't want to cancel the stream basically. So we're basically just kind of powering through the whole character sheet that I've been getting a few pokes about doing. And once we wrap this up, we'll get back into Sophie 2. Hopefully it looks alright. Because I feel like the bitrate compression will be a little bit of a struggle tonight. But I'm still going to push through it. Yep, thank you. I will ganbarimasu. Okay. So, I will eventually explain why we have picked the kanji for both Moeru and Tsuki. But, the one I'll go ahead and just explain real quickly for Moeru is... Actually, we get into skills and stuff. Do we ever... Oh yeah, there is a... Well, no, that's a belief in magic. Yeah, we'll cover that eventually and stuff. But basically she's a bit of a, I guess I would say pyromancer, but that would be technically incorrect. Let me see. We'll try to gun through this, and if I feel like there's holes that I need to cover, I'll try to fill in some of those, because I might be talking too much in advance. But I feel like I might try to explain too much. So I just kind of want to get a rough overview. So other nicknames and stuff. I've not put too much thought into nicknames, because I feel like if I was going to drop any nicknames in this category, they would most likely be their nicknames that I've been referred to personally. So I'm kind of thinking from like a story point of view. The only, I guess, real nickname that comes to mind right off the bat, I gotta change my font again. Oh, I don't even need to type it in Japanese, because I'm probably one of the few people that are going to be reading that. I need to set it back to English. That's what I need to do. Is Moe-chan, which is a very strange name, because I don't necessarily consider Lily-chan a nickname. It would be more common as far as the story goes, but there's going to be a few really strange characters as far as her story goes to people that will... Obviously, it comes from her last name, and just kind of refer it in a more funny way when they're referring to her and stuff. Okay, let's try not to spend too much time on this, because I do want to get into Sophie 2 today. But I kind of do this for the people that are interested. So let's see. Race and species. I guess race not technically valid. Species. Here's going to be the first big gap that people are going to look at and be like, wait, what? Because you would think orange fox or red fox from just her general appearance. But I will explain eventually when backstory is a lot more complete. Because she's actually a white fox. Do you want to change? Oh, I did not know Twitch does that. That is nice to know. Let me change this to a just chatting stream then. For right now, at least. For right now. That's really good to know. Like, I am going to clip that notification and I'm going to save it. Because there's a lot of little like rules and stuff that I am just not aware of. And having those to refer to later is always a benefit to me. So I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that quite a bit. Because I feel like I kind of messed it up during the first debut stream because I hadn't time like displayed for probably the entirety of that stream. But yep, I'll get there in a second. So it should. Let me hit it one more time just to make sure. It's set for just chatting stream. Because we'll probably be here for another half hour or so. So let's see. Age, I have no idea how I'm going to ballpark like the estimate, or if I feel like I'm going to change the estimate later. But story-wise, it's somewhere around 450, which would be, I guess, young for her species. Because when I say white fox, I will say one reason why it's not necessarily white fox, red fox, orange fox, stuff like that. It's more based on an alignment with a light element. Sort of a little bit of backstory. I guess the world setting and stuff like that is based on the 4 traditional elements and the 2 higher elements, so light and dark. At some point over the course of the story, light and dark break down to separate into the 4 basic elements as time goes on. So the light and dark species are more, I guess, not necessarily older. I don't know how to best explain that just yet. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So, the gender one. Let's try to give a bit more detail, because most of you by now know that she has no fixed gender. She picks gender based on her mood. She's whimsical. It's like she does it on the fly, and she kind of does it in a way she messes with people. In the sense that she goes against expectations. But at the same time, it also goes a bit with her personality. So she has no, like, extreme masculine personality, nor does she have an extreme feminine personality. She just kind of goes whatever what she's feeling like. But it's not 100% that way, at least in the beginning. There's a reason why she has a gender fluid, I guess, capability. Well, it is loosely based, like, you know how fox deities in Japanese mythology and whatnot don't really have fixed genders either. She does, but there's reasons why later that becomes different, I guess. Okay, first thing I'm going to be confused at. I'm going to assume when it asks for the alignment, it's asking for the whole, like, chaotic neutral, lawful evil, stuff like that. I could be wrong, but that's what we're going to answer this as. Lily is a chaotic neutral. I'm pretty sure that's where I fall as well. She means well, but she's not always going to act on the best of interest. She kind of toots to her own horn. But she doesn't harbor any ill intentions. Mostly. So she definitely falls into the neutral category. But as far as her personality goes and decision making, she falls more towards chaotic rather than a true neutral or lawful. She doesn't play by the book. She never plays by the book. There could be a rule set for everything out there, but she will find her own way to best tackle something. Class, job, doesn't really have one as far as the story goes out. She's almost, I guess, like a free adventurer. I guess, yeah, technically adventurer would be really fitting. I have to think about this a little bit more. But for like a class and stuff, she's a bit of a spell sword. What I mean by that is she is an elementalist that wields a katana. Being cute is definitely her job. Yes, that is not incorrect. It is like throughout the story, she's not per se an adventurer, but it's more like based on what she's doing and what she's kind of roped into, it's hard not to call her an adventurer to best sum up what she kind of gets involved in. And I don't know if spell sword's an actual like job or class or anything in video games, but if you think of like the terms magic knight, spellcaster sword, it's basically just an elementalist that prefers, I guess, close combat. And I'm going to emphasize elementalist because technically, yes, but for story reasons, she only has access to fire magic and a limited capacity for wind magic. She does not have any capacity, at least there's 2 points. It's like she never has great water earth abilities to begin with. And then to make things worse, early on in the story, she loses access to both of those elements. But to make up for that, she does have a very large affinity to fire. And there's a reason for that, but there's a reason that we will have to get to at a later point. So, let's get on over to height. It's kind of changed slightly over the years, and that's also because I did not know what sort of age range I wanted her to give off. And at some point I thought, well, maybe we could sort of divide it over time. So what ended up happening is there's kind of going to be like 3 major heights for like how the story starts. Obviously, when she looks her youngest, 148 centimeters would be like mid-story, and I feel like that's where the bulk of the story is going to be. So I guess, made the base of the design based around the most, I guess, prominent age period for her and whatnot. That said, her third and her oldest form in the story, it won't be that much different. She'll grow just a little bit, but most of her growth spurt comes between the youngest and, I guess, the mid-age. But yep, she's at a comfy slightly below 5 feet height. So let's sort of get into... Can we just paint drop? Actually, let me try that. That would save me a lot of time. There's the paint bucket. I'm gonna make a new layer. It kinda bleeds, but it doesn't need to be perfect. Let me... Okay, that's the option I want. Okay, that'll work. And we'll lighten the color on these so it's easier to see. So, if I was to give Lily a strength stat, where would I put it? I would probably put it around a 3. Obviously, she's not like got super strength or anything like that, nor does she make like an effort to be absurdly strong or stronger than her physique would imply. But she packs a bit more than she gives off, needless to say. She doesn't really use heavy weaponry, although later in the story she does have one weapon that kind of goes against that, which I've nicknamed the Goliath. There's a bit of a Christian mythology reference in that story arc. But she would not go beyond a 3. It would be pretty out of character if I gave her any more strength beyond a 3 out of 5. So, I guess to counteract that, whoops, did not mean to bleed outside of it. Her dexterity stat is maxed, and I do that in the sense that it's not so much accuracy. Her accuracy obviously is fairly high, but it's the agility stat, which I'm assuming is just built into this chart because I don't see an agility stat elsewhere. Yeah, she's small, she nimble, she quick, she fast, and it kind of goes with her, I guess, prankster, trickster nature and playing tricks and stuff. She needs to obviously have pinpoint accuracy and the speed to get away with it. And that's where a lot of her, I guess, her strength in combat would also double down on. Is just the need for dexterity and the years and years of doing it. She's very nimble, athletic. I guess you could say she knows how to run, jump, stuff like that, parkour and all that. Now, whether or not she might get in trouble doing that, that falls probably into a different substat. But the raw motor skills are there. Health-wise, where would I put her on health-wise? Let me drop 2 points first, and let me contemplate a third one. Cause, well, no, it's hard to give her more than that. Here's what it is. I would normally max this out for a reason that I can't explain why just yet, because it would take so much backstory to explain. But I'll go ahead and just kind of give the general reason behind it. She is bonded to a phoenix. So, if you know what a phoenix would imply, it'd be very hard not to give a 5 to the health stat. Obviously, due to regenerative abilities and whatnot. However, throughout the story, she takes on a ton of physical abuse. And I don't mean like parental abuse, I mean there's a lot of near-death experiences, a lot of physical damage and stuff. So she ends up in a lot of hard places. But there's kind of a bit of a balance between it, so it's how do you go from like a 1 to 5, where the character is nearly dying all the time, but they have the power of a phoenix. So this one's really hard to gauge, and I'm just gonna leave it on a 3. Phoenix eggs, don't eat the phoenix eggs. But yeah, as far as getting sick and stuff, she rarely gets sick. And the phoenix is also partially to give credit to. Let's go ahead and talk a little about that, because I don't know where it's going to show up. If you're talking about physically cutting off her ears, I mean, she would probably be able to regrow them within time. Not so much like a reptilian, but just due to the phoenix. But I guess it would depend on how you consider how you're taking my ears over Twitch chat. Because I'll leave that up to viewer discretion. But if she wanted to hide her ears and take on a more human appearance, she does have light shape-shifting capabilities. Unfortunately, she is not like other foxes, I guess, of her kind, who have a lot more, I guess, ability to like shapeshift or kind of like hide like a tanuki. But she has limited capabilities. So if she wanted to, I guess, take on the appearance of either human, beast kind, maybe other animal-eared races, she'd be able to. But if for things like changing eye color, changing distinct physical appearance, like taking on a very masculine form, or taking on like the form of like a beast demi-human, not beast demi-human, reptilian demi-human, she would have no capabilities of doing that. She has very, very light shape-shifting capabilities. Then again, I wouldn't say like those extreme shape-shifting abilities can be completely common in her world. She is slightly part of a dying tribe as it is. So just having some remnants of that ability is still within her blood. Energy-wise, very energetic, very, very happy-go-lucky, and certainly does not know like when to turn the gas off. However, it's not completely maxed out. She does have a few, I guess, sort of mental pitfalls and whatnot. So she can kind of sink into her own depression state in some point. Mostly related to a lot of her backstory and just general the fear of not knowing and whatnot that goes a long ways within the story. So anytime she enters one of those pitfalls, she kind of goes into like a very secluded, isolated state. And that's why I won't give her energy a 5. Is because most of the time it looks like a 5, but she has her own sort of, I guess, mental health she has to look after. Hey, what's going on, Fiddle? How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? If you're also looking around for the Sophie 2 stream, we'll get there eventually. We had a couple of people asking me to fill out one of these character charts, so I'm just kind of doing these for either people that are not too familiar with Lily's character and whatnot, and just kind of doing something as a change of pace. Obviously, I see my frames are getting worse the longer we go on, and we're just gonna have to bear with it for tonight. It does look kind of cool. That's why I wanted to actually fill it out sometime, and it took me so many days to get around to it. Partially because I was like sick with the sinus infection and stuff. I just didn't have the energy for it. And then today I was just like, okay, I can get around to this, and then my net started, yeah, I posted the raw version of this on my Twitter before I posted the stream and stuff. So this is that same template that I had posted on there. I'm feeling a lot better. The sinuses it's still running its course. It doesn't feel as bad, but for being a week in, I would hope it doesn't have much longer to go. But sometimes they can take a week or two to fully leave my system. But I'm still feeling. I can't speak. I was gonna say I'm still feeling pretty good. So we're just kind of rolling with it. The stream quality tonight's not going to be that good. I will apologize in advance if you're getting buffering, stuttering, or any sort of bitrate compression. I've got the settings down as low as I would think would be possible to see what's going on. But yeah, we'll just have to go from there. So let's get back to the next one. Where would we put Lily on the beauty? I feel like that's going to be another mixed stat. I would say 4. I wouldn't say 5 because she's not the beauty type character, and just in case that's what it's referring to, I won't give a 5. But if that also includes things like allure or general looks or even cuteness combined into the same stat, obviously we'd give a 5 if it was for the latter stuff. But I will take 1 point down just in case it's referring to something else. Obviously, she does lean further to the right than to the left. She may be a bit of a gender-neutral, gender-fluid character that's kind of, I guess, would have the intentions of being an androgynous character, but obviously has the impressions of more female beauty, aesthetic, cuteness, and stuff like that. And what she makes up for with the lack of being like the whole beauty queen kind of sexy erotic character, she makes up with in style. And that goes a lot into how I design a lot of her outfit stuff and whatnot. Is I guess I pay a lot of attention to like graphic design imagery, as well as making sure there's I guess the outfit makes sense. She has a very athletic personality as well as just like physique. So I style her outfit designs around that sort of general could also refer to drip as well. So she's not got style points as far as the whole bling bling goes. But in terms of tailoring her outfits to match her personality as well as her look, I feel that's a 5 out of 5, but I feel like I might be a bit biased in giving her a 5 there. I am her character designer after all, so I gotta give her a few points. So this might go against the whole VTuber trend where no VTuber really showers but maybe once a week or something, but Lily's particular about her hygiene. She brushes, she washes, and she does not like go too big into like the whole filth thing that other people may get involved in. Cough, hachama, cough. She takes really good care of herself as far as that goes. Now, like me, she also does suffer from ADHD, so picking up after herself and stuff like that may count a little against the hygiene. She may have a few issues cleaning her room or wherever she happens to stay and whatnot. But if it comes down to like bathing herself, washing her hair, brushing her teeth, stuff like that, that would be a 5 out of 5. So no, you won't get the stinky neat like certain other Fox VTuber on Twitch. This one actually showers at least once a day. So now we're gonna get on over to the skills. Perception, communication, persuasion, meditation. Okay, that's a lot of stuff to go over. Where would we throw? Lily is definitely a 3 out of 3 on perception. That also kind of goes into the whole dexterity stat being maxed out as well. She's both visually and observantly perceptive, both in people's like tone of voice, their body language, and she reads probably more than she needs to into, I guess, a person or a situation. But generally she can sense when something's up, something's wrong. She's very sociable in that regards. So she's not very blunt, I guess would be like low in perception. So communication would almost be a 3 on that, doubling down with it. But she does have a very whimsical, my-paced personality. So she might not always be the best for conversation. Obviously, she knows how to communicate, she knows how to be social, knows how to keep the conversation going, but some of the times it tends to be more focused around her or what she has in mind, and sometimes she may not quickly catch on to like somebody trying to shift conversation and whatnot. Or they'd be like partway into a conversation and she feels the need to go about something else. Not necessarily another conversation, but activity. She's always on her feet. Persuasion ability. That's a good question. Where would Lily fall on persuasion tactics? I feel like persuasion would not be too strong in her skill set. She'd know a little bit to like communicate or maybe ways of getting around certain things, but she tends to be brutally honest. Like, I know I said she wasn't that blunt. I meant blunt as in her ability to read the atmosphere. But in another sense, she is kind of blunt in the sense that she's brutally honest and doesn't really beat around the bush. So I feel like a lot of persuasion stuff, you like need to know how to play into like certain strengths or have a little bit of deceptiveness that you know how to like articulate on. So I feel like that kind of goes against her personality, and she wouldn't really be completely suited to trying to do the whole persuasion tactics. But at the same time, she, she tries to solve everything under her own matters. And if stuff comes into a non-persuasive means, it may end up leading towards combat. So she could have extra points of persuasion in terms of physical persuasion, but I'm assuming this means verbal persuasion. Mediation. I guess that's her ability to get between things that are going on and settle them down. Because she's a lot more... I guess what would be the way I describe this? She knows how to use her brain. So if, I guess there's an argument going around, she's going to try to help like mediate between the two and help them see like the bigger picture, both sides of the situation, or try to fully understand the situation before hopping in. Or I guess this also comes down to like merchant skills and stuff, maybe. I'm not sure how to best describe that. Literacy. With her personality, I would say like big brain stuff does not look like it would really fall under her umbrella. Like, a lot of the times she is the type to play the fool, the type to play the trickster, and does not really give the impression that she's going to have a lot of book smarts. However, that is a bit of a gap. And I see you're removing the hears. I'm gonna have to go in OBS do this because I have to turn all my previews and stuff off, just so it doesn't affect my bandwidth. But yes, whether you slice them off or whether you're having me hide them myself, the ears are gone for the next 10 minutes. And I've got my eyes on you once again, Bing. I see this is like, I don't know how many times you've redeemed that by now, but you're definitely the one that redeems it more than anybody else. So I always have to keep my eye on you. I'll always have to keep my eye and my katana on you. Or in you. We'll see. Creativity is once again another 3. Oh yeah, I didn't finish explaining literacy, but basically she's very much book smart, and it creates a gap or almost a double take situation in the story, where someone would expect them or expect her to make like a dumb comment or not know what's going on because of past experience with her. It's like, okay, they did not know what they were talking about, or they generally act like an idiot other times. It's like, then they get into this like very mechanical stuff where they're dealing with like an engineering or magitech stuff in one situation, and it's just like another character be like, I don't know. It's just like, I have no idea what they're talking about, or what this person that everybody's trying to help is going on, and then Lily is just going to be like, oh, you need to do this and that, or just explain something in a very textbook manner. It's just like, what the fuck? So her book smart will catch everyone by surprise because it's done in a way that nobody sees it coming. And then her creativity is not so much in the artistic sense, but rather it doubles down, I guess, maybe a survivability tactic. She's able to think on her feet very well, or make use of her environment to her advantage. So it kind of plays into not having like a stellar strength step. Obviously, she's just not going to swipe her katana at everybody and they're going to go down in one hit or something. No. There's a bit of thinking she has to go, and it kind of doubles down with the dexterity set as well. But she's very much about thinking on her feet, or finding a creative solution to, like I was saying, a magitech, an engineering problem and whatnot. And I guess a little bit of backstory to go in between this. Obviously, she's got a bit of an age to her, even if it's young for her species. She's still been around for multiple hundreds of years. And one thing that'll play very key into her backstory is the excavation of a lot of old relics and ancient texts, which she's going to have quite a few years being able to decipher, read, and of course that exposes her to a lot of different technology. Some technology that's not even around to the present day. So I guess she just has a bit of a imprinting as far as that goes. However, ability to cook. I've not considered this one very much. I would say she has a limited ability to cook. I won't say she has a 0. Obviously, she's not one of those characters that can take a fine batch of ingredients and make literal poison out of. That's definitely not a character trope of hers. But I wouldn't trust her to do the cooking anyways. She's more of a hands-on, needs to make a sandwich, or needs to forage stuff like on adventures and stuff, and just to put it together. But if you were to ask her to make cuisine or a dish out of something, or even, it's like, to this is very much a I know how to put things on bread cooking level, or even how to graze meat and throw salt on it. But if you're asking like a well done with a sauce, so you're asking for like a 3-star dinner, you're not gonna get that, Emily. Lily in an apron. There might be an appeal for that elsewhere, but I think if you're trying to get something edible, I would not look there. I would not look there at all. Tech savvy. As I was saying with the whole magitech and other ancient technology and stuff, she's very tech savvy, engineer savvy and stuff. Actually, let me take one point on. Well, no. She builds her own gunblade in the 3rd arc. So I really can't even butter that one up as a overestimation of her abilities. She's very tech savvy. And in one strange thing about her weaponry and whatnot is she uses a lot of ancient weaponry from, I guess, a certain phoenix. I'll eventually have to explain. But a lot of those weapons that she'll have access to are going to be, I guess, Magitech or old traditional stuff. So not really stuff that she's tinkered with. And one thing that'll probably piss off the Phoenix a lot is she likes to tinker with a lot of that ancient weaponry. So I'll explain that a little bit more later when we have a chance. Combat abilities, I would say a 2, not a 3. Obviously a lot of her kit and stuff leans towards combat, but I wouldn't say it's like she's made for combat. It's there if she needs to self-defend, or if she needs to find ways, I guess, to handle the combat without being like direct confrontation. I guess she wouldn't be like, she's not a martyrer, she's not a mercenary, and she's not somebody that does like hits for somebody. But it's very much there if she needs to. Ability to survive. I feel that one's a mixed bag. Just because there's too many things about the character that I guess give her better survivability. Obviously the Phoenix kind of feels like a bit of a cheat with the regenerative abilities. But yeah. I will go further into saying, like, if it's stuff like if she knows how to set up a camp, she knows how to start a campfire. Like I did mention foraging as well as already. Like, she's no cook, but she can survive out in the open. I mean, she comes from a tribal community, so it's not like she comes from like a well silver-spooned background. She didn't grow up in the city. She didn't grow into wealth. No, it's a very, very down-to-earth upbringing. So she knows how to survive. Stealth. I would put it 2. She's obviously no Agent 47. She doesn't use a gun, for one. But I wouldn't say stealth would be her cup of tea. It plays into her dexterity if she needs to sidestep around something or be relatively sneaky, she can. But I feel like the way her mind works, she may get in over her head at some point, or make some obvious mistake from her inability to pay attention. So that kind of breaks the stealth at some point. But hey, she's a spell sword. She's not an assassin. Street smarts. Like I said, she didn't really grow up in the city. So while she knows a few things she'll pick up from life in the city and later arcs and whatnot, she never like fully goes and like develops these skills, I would think. And of course, I guess other people would probably think like, what about the drugs and stuff like too? That no, she's kind of adverse to all that as it is, and kind of has a negative outlook on all that, especially things of an illegal nature. So she has some limited street smart capabilities as far as all that goes. Seductive abilities. I'm sure nobody is surprised if I say 3. At times she is very much a Mesugaki. Now, that doesn't mean that's completely her character. She just has the ability to do that if she wants to get away with it. I'm not gonna say much more than that. But, yeah. Luck. Low luck. I'm not even gonna try to overstate it. It's like she kind of feels like would be a bit of a lucky character, or maybe she just has neutral luck because she has other stuff to make up for it. But I did mention a lot of near-death situations earlier when I was talking about health and survivability and stuff. So, you don't expect anything higher than under average luck from Lily. I mean, it kind of goes into like the whole story as well. She ends up in a lot of unfortunate situations and has to handle them. And I would definitely consider that as probably the lack of luck influencing that to quite a fair extent. Let me look at something real quickly. Did I leave the BGM on? If I did, yeah, I'll just leave it on because it may have a bit of background noise. That's one thing I was going to check up on and just see. Okay, the text doesn't look too blurry on my screen. Obviously, the VTuber model looks very sluggish and stuff on my screen. But we'll just have to deal with that and put up with it. You know, I think I'm just gonna save Sophie 2 for the next stream. Because I realize we're already like an hour and a half and we're only halfway through this. So I think I'm just gonna take it easy. And we'll save Sophie 2 for tomorrow. So let me just change the stream title to character sheet meme. And maybe we do like one thing of bingo meme or something. Or people can just like DM me after we get done with this one, like if they want me to fill out a meme bingo or VTuber bingo thing. Just make sure that it's obviously R16. No, not safe for work bingos. And we might do those after that. Like, I think just because my net's so bad and we're dropping so many frames, if I tried to play Sophie 2 tonight, it's just gonna look really, really bad. And after looking at the stream and seeing that the text comes kind of clean, the voice comes out normal, obviously the VTuber model does look scuffed thanks to the whole dropping frames and whatnot. But I think we can just do this for the night. And if it does it again tonight, we might do a movie night. And we'll save the video games for nights that I can actually stream in like full swing. Handling animals. I mean, how do I answer that? Considering we're talking about a story based on a bunch of demi-humans. Well, there's also normal humans and stuff. Because I did mention something about light and dark breaking down to the 4 basic elements. And even further, some of the basic elements have broken down to a lot of the normal races and stuff in the world. So I guess there would still be like livestock and whatnot. I would say limited capabilities. This might go into her survival capabilities and she knows how to skin and, I guess, in a way, capture game and survive by eating it. But if you're talking about like the abilities to rear cattle or do veterinary stuff or look after pets and stuff of that nature, I would say limited capabilities. You're not going to see her on a farm and knowing what she's doing. Like, she's not made for the farm life. Pacifying children. Are we talking about physical pacification? Or is this the term they use when they're getting children to like stop crying? I'm legitimately stumped on what this question or what this trait's referring to. Somebody in chat. When someone speaks of pacifying children, what does that mean? parenting. Ah. I'm gonna say this is a 0. She doesn't exactly have parental skills. Like me, she's also kind of adverse to children. Like, she even... I guess she doesn't get along all that well growing up with other kids as well. She's a bit of a... She's very neurodivergent. So I have a better idea. We'll leave it like a dot. As that's her limited experience with kids growing up. As far as like trying to like get a baby to stop crying, rearing a children, getting them to stop I guess fighting, specifically any of this that could be applied but with small kids and stuff. She's very adverse to that. And to her, it's more of a pain to deal with and doesn't really try to get involved. She has better things to do. So, yeah. She's not great with kids. That's how we'll sum that up. So let's take a look. Intelligence stat. As we already explained with the whole book smart, she is uncharacteristically intelligent. She is the type to play the fool while knowing everything that's going on. It is like her apparent intelligence would be like a 2. So she's very much, I guess, a bit of a nerd. No, she's not really nerdy. She remembers things very well, understands things very well, and can generally learn anything just kind of by looking or watching someone doing something. She's very hands-on. Hi, Zink, how you doing at 5 in the morning? How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? Or in this case, how are you doing this morning? Yeah, we had a lot of bumps and stuff going into this stream. I was definitely trying not to be very low in mood, but we spent about 40 minutes with a very bad internet connection. I had no luck calling my ISP and trying to get things working out. And I just had to drop the settings really low, and we're still getting like 30% dropped frames. So we've just kind of had a bit of talk. I took a little bit of time to try to get my mood and my head in the right place. But yes, we didn't cancel the stream. We didn't give up. We're still streaming. We won't be doing Sophie 2 tonight though. That's something I decided a little later into the stream, just because this will probably take us like the full stream. So we won't plan on doing a long stream. But after we get this done, we might do some other like sort of like charts or bingo and stuff like that, and just kind of have fun with chat. Like, this turned into very much a just chatting stream, because I feel like that's just gonna put me in a better mind place. Focus less on the internet that's trying to die on me, and we'll just go from there. So like Saturday, Sunday, if the same thing happens, we have a very poor internet connection. We've had a few suggestions where we might do like watch-alongs and stuff. Just until we have like net that functions again. We can definitely wait on the gaming streams if so. It's like, I try to do character balance pretty well, and I feel like I hit quite a chord with this one. But there's probably going to be a few stats that are probably going to be higher on average as a main character. But a lot of, I guess, the demerits to Lily and stuff were going to be more character related and probably won't show up on the chart. Because I don't like making completely overpowered characters. But sometimes there has to be trade-offs. There has to be trade-offs, and I do like a balance, and I do like a gap. But yeah, we're just being really random tonight. We're just chilling. So, in terms of happiness, this kind of goes, I guess, into the energy levels as well. She's very happy-go-lucky, and it's very rare to see her in like in a depressed or isolated state, but it does happen on occasion. She does have a few trauma things that happen like over the course of the story. So I can't give her a 5 like I couldn't give her a 5 in energy. But 9 times out of 10, or 8 times out of 10 in this case, just about all the time is happy. Just about all the time is like in a very positive mood, or trying to spin things in a positive mood. But I kind of like the whole situation with like dealing with children. That's probably going to be one of the things that she, like I said, she's very averse to. She doesn't like to deal with children. So that would be something that would make her generally unhappy or very annoyed. Spirituality. How do we answer this one? Because the series kind of has a little bit of a mixed mythology and stuff. There isn't really a general god. There's obviously like references to different gods in mythology, but there's no like actual god of mythology in the series. But I guess the way we would answer this is the belief in a higher power. Whether there is or not, there's going to be cults or people who come up with their own religions like throughout the story and stuff, like the same stuff that happens in real life. Even if there's no actual God, like we can't prove if God actually exists in our own world, this would be the same in this world, is just that belief in a higher power. And for Lily, I guess we're going to give a dot. She's not religious at all. She is very much a belief in oneself or people's beliefs in themselves, rather than trusting in like higher beliefs. So she may butt heads. Obviously, she's not going to go out of her way to argue religion with someone, but she'll have a very hard time understanding people who have that belief in religion and stuff. Or I don't know. It might be another one of her aversions. She doesn't like dealing with like what would be the church. I don't know what I'd call it, or like even the cults and stuff that I would make in this backstory or world setting of hers, the whole world building behind her story and whatnot. But whatever it is, there's definitely going to be a bit of adverse feelings towards it. She places a lot of belief in herself rather than trusting that things will get done by a higher power. So that doubles down in levels of confidence. She's very confident to the point that she's probably overconfident in a lot of things, and definitely gets in over her head on multiple occasions. I don't think there's really too much to explain about that. It's like you can see, like she always tries to have like the smile, the looking forward. She's got that smug personality kind of deal. She's very forward-facing, forward-looking, and I don't know. She tries not to let things get to her, but obviously, like I said, she's not perfect. She's gonna have her own gaps. She's got a bit of a backstory, traumas and stuff like that that she has to deal with throughout the story. But despite that, she stays as confident as she can be. And I think that just kind of propels her a lot through the series. I feel like I could almost maybe... Yeah, maybe not give that a perfect 5. You don't have to have a perfect 5 to be overconfident. Because if she's in one of her depressive states, obviously that's going to be one of those rare times when maybe she's not completely confident, or she might be negatively confident about something, like thinking about doom and stuff. I don't know how to explain that. So let's see, her level of humor. I think I'm gonna give this a 3.5. No. That's me myself being a 3.5 in terms of humor. For Lily, she's more like a 4.5. She may not always have the best jokes, may not make the best jokes, or know how to be perfectly humor. Because if she had a 5 in humor, obviously she wouldn't have as many adverse issues with kids. But she has a lot of, I guess, adult humor. I mean, it's hard to be like a trickster or a prankster character if you don't know how to tell jokes or be humorous. So I feel like that's almost kind of a free high stat. And I mean, it does kind of play into the intelligence as well. She knows what she's doing. She knows how to be the fool, even when she's like actually very big brain. Levels of anxiety. I'm going to say this is a 3. So this might seem a little uncharacteristic because it's a negative stat. But no, I did explain little things like the whole self-isolated states, the trauma, the near-death kind of backstory stuff that happens, especially with the low luck and whatnot. She does have some anxiety issues. Not too much that it completely breaks the character, but there are several breaks in her character within the story. It's very much story related rather than she's like constantly having like anxiety issues throughout the story, obviously. But the reason that it gets up to a 3 is because they're very significant when they do become relevant to the story. So I can't explain all that too much, but for people that kind of know a bit about her backstory, she's very much suffering from amnesia from an early point of the story. She does not know a lot of her backstory. She does not know like origins, her parents, why she has difficulty using water and earth even before she loses access to them and stuff like that. So there's a lot of mystery and that general sense of unknowing exactly who she is that gives her a lot of anxiety. And the whole isolated state is not like completely rare. It does happen very seldomly. But there are a couple of nights to where she just doesn't sleep or she's up thinking about it and then she goes off on her own for sort of I guess a lone wolf way of handling her own depression. Hard to explain a lot of that without like just going into like an arc of the story. But who knows? Maybe things will be a lot more cohesive and I'll have a lot more time to work on stuff by next year. What I would like to do is get it cohesive enough to hire somebody to start working on the webcomic for her story. But that is a very, very big goal for the future. That would be like a 2-3 year from now goal. Okay, patience. I don't think anybody saw this one coming. Ha ha ha. She's very impatient. Kind of much like myself. Part of her, I guess, the whole tech savvy, creativity, high energy, she expects things to not probably take as long as they probably should at some point. Or she sees the solution and she thinks that it's something that should, like, you know, be able to get done, or there shouldn't be like holdups and stuff. Like, it's a logical impatience, I would say. It's just like, okay, you have the manual, you have everything you need to do, why not just do it? And there are, I guess, undertone reasons. That's probably, like, my way of describing things is probably going to sound weird. I am not that good at English. I may speak English as a first language, but my knowledge of English and just terminology is not that great. I will be honest. But yeah, she has a head-on approach at tackling tasks. So it's like she's one of those just do it kind of personalities. So it's like, no, it's like I gotta put it off till tomorrow, or it's just like there's stuff going on. It's just like she's a tad bit blunt in that sense. Like I mentioned it somewhere over here. Her persuasion. She's a little more blunt on persuasion, but not blunt on perspective or perceptive stuff. So yeah, she's a bit impatient, quite a bit impatient, and this also goes hand in hand. Like, I know somewhere, I forget where, I mentioned she gets in over her head in a lot of stuff, and she tries to take on a lot more than she probably could. She does acclimate a lot towards that, to where she does take on a lot more than one probably should be able to, and does well with it. But that doesn't mean she always does well with it. So, yeah. Patience is not her forte. I wouldn't say completely passionate. She's not like one of those maniacs. But she carries quite a bit of passion for a lot of things. I guess her interest in like Magitech stuff, ancient technology, stuff like, obviously she's an elementalist. There's really no need for her to like pick up the ways of the sword or a katana and stuff. But she goes very much attached to swordsmanship, and let's see. I haven't really picked too much up on her like hobbies and decided all what that is. But she carries quite a bit of passion for things that she's into. I guess that's like the best way I could probably explain that. She's not one of those people that like reads a book, like a very giant book, in like one sitting kind of passion, or she's not one of those people that just like goes to sleep with ancient technology because they think they're going to absorb that. No. She's a little more down to earth, but she does have a bit of weaknesses for stuff that she really gets into. Especially, well, no, she may sleep with her weapons sometimes. I won't lie about that. But things she's like working on and stuff, she's not gonna like go sleep on a bunch of blueprints because she passed out designing them. But no, she does have a passion for doing the blueprints and stuff. So, I guess we're getting into the sliders. Is this gonna be... That's not gonna be big enough. That's probably not gonna be big enough. How big does this need to be? That's probably big. 50 is big enough. Okay, so where does Lily fall in terms of nice girl or mean girl? Slightly towards nice. I would not say she's the kindest fox out there. She's very kind-hearted, well-spirited, fair, but she's a little blunt in terms of, like I said, the persuasion. It's like, blunt is such a hard word to use, and I use it a lot because it's got two very different meanings, and I always have to explain which one I mean. It's definitely not the persuasive, like touchy feeling stuff. Like, she may be blunt in how she responds to those, but she's very much not blunt in being aware of them. But no, she doesn't try to play like the good girl and goes out and helps everybody or tries to walk every old woman across the street. But she doesn't really harbor ill intentions and tries to make people extremely sufferable. She can hold a little bit of a jealousy issue, grudges and stuff like that, pretty normal stuff. But she'd never want to kill somebody over something. Like, she can learn to, like, forgive and forget. But she's not gonna butter up to somebody or try to, like, really get into their pants to, like, get something. Or, I don't know, just try excessively hard to cheer someone up. I guess the way to kind of explain that, she's just a tad self-centered in the way that she's a very her own paced personality. She doesn't really wait, like that's goes into the patience. The type to like completely wait on somebody to do something. She might try to help them out and give them like a push along, but she's not going to do everything for them. But she knows when to be nice if she needs to. Obviously, if there's a serious problem going on or she really needs to watch over a sick friend and whatnot, she'll be there for them. She's not going to completely ditch them. Braveness. Excessively brave, and I don't consider this always a completely positive stat. Nor do I consider cowardly completely negative. Each have their benefits, each have their disadvantages. Like, cowardly types tend to live a lot longer, and not end in situations where they're nearly grasping on life or death. So, yeah. As far as a more literal take on brave, she doesn't really let things scare her away from stuff. She's not the type to really get spooked, but if something was to like have like an ill intention, or she was like trying to get spooked, or someone's like trying to like in a playful way be like, I'm gonna smack you in the back of the head with a stick, she's more likely to catch on with her dexterity and perceptive abilities to take more of a battle approach. Or you know how where somebody tries to like sneak attack someone and they end up with a knife near their neck because they messed with the wrong person. That's kind of where she'd fallen. She wouldn't really unsheath the katana over that, but she might hold the sheath right next to their neck and then realize that, oh, it's just a prank kind of deal. But no, if there's a scary task or something that someone else really isn't going to take on, she'd probably be the dumbass despite being as smart as she is. She's smart, but she's not all that street smart. She has a hands-on way of learning stuff, which may mean she may be taking on a job or a foe a lot stronger than she is. And she's gonna have to learn that the hard way. So that's where she falls in terms of braveness. Pacifist versus violence. I wouldn't say it completely goes into like pacifying children, but she is a lot more of the fight now, talk later type if she can't reach an immediate agreement. Obviously, limited persuasive abilities, decent mediative abilities. She's going to try to see if there's room to negotiate, but if they give reason for not being open to words without like excessively trying to talk, she's probably going to resort to violence first and still leave room open for talk. Like, it'd be like going up against a group of bandits or stuff, and it's just like they're not wanting to talk. She'll get them to a near-death point, and if they're willing to talk, then she may tie them up or completely remove any sort of combative abilities they might have. She's not going to trust them, obviously, enough to just start talking. But she's not going to just outright, oh, let's just kill them, take their shit, and not even give them a chance to talk. Like, that just wouldn't be the smartest thing to do. So I feel like it'd be uncharacteristic of her. She has a little bit of a, I guess, slightly violent kind of personality. A bit rash, quick to get physical. But that's just more in her ways of trying to tackle things quickly. A lack of patience issue, rather than trying to be mean about it. Let's see, is she thoughtful or is she impulsive? She's probably a true neutral in terms of this. Because I'd have to break it down into two different things. Obviously, we know she's got the lack of impatience, lack of persuasive abilities, so she leans very impulsive on her outward personality. So I would say, like, on the outside, she would look like she's very impulsive. But on the inside, especially with her ability to, like, do humor, perceptive, just being able to take notice and read situations and atmospheres, she's the thoughtful type, I guess, underneath the surface. So it balances out, but I feel like anybody that was like to read the chart is gonna have difficulty trying to interpret things. But yeah, outward appearance, she's pretty impulsive. Inwards, she's quite thoughtful. I might slightly make that a little more on the impulsive, because I did explain the whole she gets in over her head really easy, and that does come with a little bit more of an impulsive nature. So she tries to be thoughtful, I guess. Is she more of an agreeable person, or is she a contrarian? She's kind of contrarian. And I kind of feel like that's also me as well. It's just like, even if she knows the answer, if we know the answer, it's in the book, it may have been tested and stuff, we always kind of think maybe there's more to it, or maybe it can be proved wrong, or maybe we want to experiment on our own and find our own answer. Let me see, I might be taking agreeable the wrong way. It's like, if you're trying to, like, reach a conclusion. I'm filling this out with Clip Studio. I assume you could do it in any program you want. Like, you could probably even go into MS Paint and just use their text tools and stuff. But for me, this was easiest to fill in Clip Studio, just because I can go into like a paint bucket or a paintbrush and I can draw over it, basically, is what I'm doing. But no, she's more likely to be the contrarian rather than, I guess the way to say this, she doesn't follow suit. She does not like to join a bandwagon. She likes to make her own bandwagon, or even if it's not a bandwagon, she likes to do things like, she likes to find her own solution to a problem. So I guess that kind of maybe goes into the next one, idealistic versus pragmatic. I know what idealistic means, but I'm gonna have to Google, because once again, I'm not the great at English. Pragmatic is pronounced pragmatic. Why would you pronounce it with a D though?
Pragmatic.
Okay. This is, yeah. Oh, this does have nothing to do with the character sheet. There's a word that that comes up a lot in, what is it, Vampire Survivors, that I always mispronounce. And I want to see how it's actually pronounced. Oh. It isn't a fucking real word. So this is why I keep saying it's like a chandelier, except it's not upside down. But chandelabrador is not a real word. It is basically chandelier plus Labrador. So I should be pronouncing it as chandelabrador. Or should I be saying chandelabrador? I don't know. So I guess I haven't been wrong. But back to what we were talking about. Pragmatic. Pragmatic. Okay. Dealing with things sensibly and realistically in a way that is based on practical Okay. That is like max stat. She and me just do not fall into idealistic ways of thinking. We're going to find a realistic approach to it. I want to have it cover the ball, but not... Well, no, it needs to be dead center, doesn't it? I was going to say it kind of gets too close to the work. But, yeah. We have an Anhan's on hands way of dealing with our problems. Now, is Lily frugal, or is she a bling bling big spender? This has nothing to do with her wealth stat. This is how does she manage her money. Now, I'll go ahead and say that people who know me personally know that I am very much a frugal person. I do not like doing very big spendings until it becomes a necessity, or if it becomes too late. Unless I'm having some sort of like mental issue, or I feel the need, or it's gone too long, I might make those occasional big spins. But I feel like this is asking, does she go out and spend frequently, or does she go out and spend a lot very frequently? This is one I'm definitely gonna have to think a lot more when I start like writing more of her story out. That is kind of cool, yeah, if you would want to read it and stuff. It's like, I really want to work on it. The thing is, for many years, I thought I would draw it myself. But I've become very down to earth and honest with myself in an art. To know that I just do not, more than likely at least, have not what it takes to like do art for a living or actively, because of, I guess, how it weighs on my mental health and a lot of my traumas and stuff. And it took me so many years to get over that, because I was just like pushing myself to like, yes, it will eventually bring me the happiness that I want, and it's just like, no, let's be honest with ourselves. You can find happiness somewhere else, as long as you give it a chance. And I'm glad I did, because I wouldn't be doing the VTubing thing if I didn't break out of that shell. And I'm very much happy now. Just not when my net's going to shit, I'll be honest. That's how you like see my attitude like could quickly take a bit of a U-turn. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good now. But if I ever did want to see the webcomic come to fruition, it would be a later goal, probably 2-3 years from now. I would probably want at least, you know, a couple of months to prepare for it. I've definitely got enough material for an artist to work 2 to 3 years on, but I do want to make sure it's cohesive and it's not going to be something I'm going to have to break or correct later on. But it's also going to be very expensive. Like hiring a web comic artist to do full color stuff, I kind of guess it depends. Like entry level, you can probably get someone to do $30-40 a page. But for getting what I would say decent quality, I obviously wouldn't hire a professional. I'm not even gonna try. I would just want someone that does an okay, good job and would be fun to watch them grow and develop as an artist. Like, support them and support me at the same time. But, I would want to save up for that. But of course, I might have to do like a Patreon for that as well, depending on how soon I get around to it. Because obviously, I don't have like a source of income right now. But that is one thing that's kind of pushing me to eventually taking Live 2D commissions. But the thing is, I've had a bit of an issue. I have spoke to a couple of people about doing Live 2D commissions for them. However, while I'm explaining things in detail and showing them everything, I am in turn inspiring them. Which, yes, it's technically a good thing from a person point of view. That they become inspired and motivated to learn to do Live 2D themselves. But as a business, I am shooting myself in the goddamn foot. Because I'm taking potential customers and I'm enabling them. Well, maybe not completely enabling them. Because a couple of people early on that I've like introduced to it just gave up on it and didn't get their rig in the end, and I feel like I kind of am at fault for that. Instead of just being like, yes, this is kind of what we do, are you interested? No, it's just like if they want to know more about it, it's just like I kind of have to like, I get into that position to where I want to explain things to them. And then they feel like they can learn to do it themselves. And I believe anybody can learn to do Live 2D. But it is a very big time investment. And I feel like that's one thing that's not made clear because from the people that I've told, every time I show them my rig, it's just like, it's hard to believe this is your first time rigging something because it came out so well. Oh, I guess if they can learn to do this in a short amount of time, I can do this really well. And I feel like I've given off a very bad impression. Because I don't want people to like not end up with a rig or end up demotivated. But this is why I try to say I have some prior experience with a program that came out before Live 2D, so I'm not completely fresh to the program. But yes, I love it when people get inspired to learn something. I just don't want to be the reason that they don't end up getting their rig in the end. But all the people that I've tried to land a commission with have tried to go off and learn Live 2D themselves, or just not get a rig and done. So, I don't know. I won't say too much more on that just because I don't have a terms of service or a price guide ready. Obviously, I say they're open, and I should probably change that on my card page. Because I intended on doing that this week, and then I got sick over the weekend, and I've not done anything. But let's see. So, why did I take so long to fill in this dot? Because I still don't know where I would put Lily on this. She is definitely not a bling bling character. She grows up in a kind of a tribal upbringing. Eventually she gets adopted into a very well-off family, but that doesn't influence her to like spend excessively. She's a very much, she buys as she needs. Like, she does have access to wealth if she wants to, and she can spend big if she wants to. But I'm going to take this in the sense of spending under the necessity, or spending under the necessity and spending over the necessity. She does not spend above the necessity. She buys as she needs. And you would think, well, what about all like the outfits and stuff like that? It's like, no, she kind of has a bit of a minimalistic approach to all that as well. Obviously, a lot of the taste in like the designing and tailoring it to her appearance and stuff is my doing as the character designer, not necessarily her. Now, I feel like I would flip this answer in the spin-off series that I'm working on slowly on the side. Because that's definitely something not many people know. Is in addition to the main series where like all her main backstory and stuff goes on and whatnot, I also have a bit of a spin-off series that I'm kind of like slowly developing on the side. Obviously it would need its own webcomic, and I would think I would hire the same person I got to do the webcomic to do both series at once, since I'd like them to, like, you know, be slowly released over time. But it's a bit of a cafe theme, and there'll be a different cast of characters. She'll be the co-protagonist of this. Obviously, it'd be weird having a different like protagonist, but the way I'm doing it is the side steers would be a co-protagonist along with my other original character, which people may or may not know of. Let me just pull up his reference real quickly and make sure I don't pull up the lewd one. You know, it'd be smarter to open it outside, because I feel like if I go into the folder, we may see some lewd stuff. Where's my picture folder? I need to go into commissions, creative cat, and I'll pull up the safer work chart. This is Mirai Himemiya. Obviously, Hime as in princess, and I think Mia is in some sort of like nobility reference and whatnot. First name Mirai, obviously meaning future. And yes, I did say Mel. This character is not like Lily in the sense that they can change genders on the fly. They are distinctly male. Hey, what's going on, Yui? How you doing today? What you been up to? So, just a little more like brief information about the second or the co-protagonist to the side story. What spin-off? I'm butchering my own words. Little bit backstory. Mirai is kind of a runaway prince and goes off and like founds his own cafe line of business. And I guess they would originally be like the main protagonist to the series, but it would be a spin-off in part on, I guess it would be maybe like a multiverse, because obviously the side story or side, I keep calling it a side story, it's a spin-off, won't have all the characters from the core series. Obviously I'm gonna introduce like Phoenix and stuff like that, but there will be a different cast of characters that I'm working on, kind of like just a place for my other personal original characters that I just like kind of have on the side and want to show a bit more love to. But yep, they will be the one who I guess originally runs the cafe, runs the dormitory and stuff. So it's very much going to be centered around him and Lily running the place. But yeah, that's Mirai for people who aren't familiar with him. Now, to get back to the character sheet. Is Lily more of an extrovert or more of an introvert? And I feel like this is going to be probably another obvious answer, just based on the rest of the personality. She's more extroverted. She does spend quite a bit of time in her own head, but she's not the perfect extrovert. Obviously, she was a lot of her own trauma and sort of isolistic depression state wouldn't be so isolistic, she would actively seek out company. But when things are like just general norms, she's in a good place in her head and stuff like that, she's very much an extrovert. She has no issues mingling with strangers and trying to make connections and making new friends and stuff. As far as the collected and wild personality types, she's pretty well. Well, no. That's too wild. She's still quite a bit collected. Obviously, she's happy-go-lucky and kind of has her own pace. Like, she doesn't adhere to other people's pace or plays at their speed. But I wouldn't say she's wild enough to where she breaks composure and doesn't know how to behave. Could be just a slightly bit more wild just because the lack of patience, lack of spirituality. But no, she has a level head. So she might get in over herself. But no, she's not completely unhinged. I guess these ones are checkboxes? Where's the paint bucket? Possessive. Let me look up the full definition for that one, because I feel my and hentai terms might confuse my definitions. Hey, what's going on, Lily? How you doing tonight? Hopefully the stream's still kicking, because my drop frames are getting worse and worse as the night goes on, despite my settings being as low as they can be. You walked into me spending more time talking through this character sheet that somebody wanted me to fill out instead of doing Sophie 2, because while it wasn't intended to be like the core stream for the night, this was meant to be like a half-hour, 1-hour thing. And then I just had so many issues with my internet. Like, I called and everything, and I just could not get a decent internet connection tonight. And I didn't want to cut the stream and let it like really affect my mood. Obviously, it did at the beginning. But we're making the best of the lemons that we have been provided. And Mediacom is very much a sour lemon. So it needs all the sugar we can give it. And hopefully we don't run into the same issue tomorrow night. But I mean, I'm really glad I decided to put up with the stream and go through with it and not let it ruin my mood. Because we got a good couple of suggestions. Like, I haven't considered like watch-alongs and other things like that we could do where it's like more audio focused. Instead of, obviously, if the quality of the visual stream isn't going to be that great, I'm going to need to reduce like the bit rate, the graphics even more, just so the audio goes through. So, that was like, it's kind of a play on me not being the best at English. Like, my ability to pronunciate, my ability to know certain definitions is not the greatest. It's almost kind of like slightly embarrassing for somebody who speaks English as a first language. And I feel like my understanding of Japanese, not the ability to read kanji, is much better than English, despite the limited number of years that I've spoke Japanese. But when I see certain terms, I can't ever like pinpoint the specific definitions. And I kind of just want to make sure like I have like the full understanding. But when stuff like that happens and I know like my English is gonna hold me back on that, I'm going to find a way to make a joke about it. And me mentioning the obvious N site was me making a joke at possessive tags. Because obviously this chart isn't talking about one's ability to possess something. It's talking about the literal
possessive
term being demanding someone's total attention and love, or relating to or denoting the case of nouns and pronouns expressing possession. So what I was thinking when I first saw it is just like, do they like really want to like hold someone to themselves? Do they want to like take someone's items? Or are they like a hoarder? I just kind of had to get the right term. That way I feel like I guess I'm like on the same page and whatnot. But yeah, I feel like there's still probably room to drop the quality when we're not doing something like this. So one of the suggestions that came up was we might start doing some watch-alongs and stuff. So if you have like anime or movies you would want to like have like a movie night on, drop those either in chat, on Twitter whenever I make the post, or even if you just want to like DM me and stuff. As I'm probably going to start taking a lot more of those suggestions, because let's be honest, we've had issues with this internet before. This may be the worst case of it so far, but to have a positive mindset and be able to account for this in the future, we need to start making our plan Bs ahead of time. So that's one thing I'm thinking like the watch-alongs would be good for. I could stream at a comfy like a 480p with like 30 frames and probably not even use 500 kilobytes per second. And we could just watch movies together. Or anime. I would probably have to mute the audio that goes through my desktop, so I would just like leave my mic on and stuff. But I would need to find a timer so everybody's like on the same time and stuff. No, I got the hiccups for a second. Or something tried to come up. Let me drink some water real quickly. So I'm glad to see you're doing pretty good, Dewey. I hope you're doing alright. Hey, maybe even you might be interested in filling out one of these character sheets sometimes. That'd be pretty fun to watch. Like, I've seen people like fill them out on Twitter and whatnot, but I've never seen anybody stream one of these being filled out. Because obviously anybody can go in, paint bucket, fill this in probably 10 minutes. But you don't get the full story behind the reasonings or like little other bits of information and stuff, unless you do it like over a stream and stuff. So, I mean, there could be others that we fill in later. This one was pretty complex, and I'm pretty sure C. Paris Art is a D&D player, and I'm pretty sure this was made for people who do D&D to fill in advance. But just silly things like this is what we'll probably spend. We're already 2 hours in. By the 3-hour mark, this may take the entire stream. But I kind of want to look at those silly little bingo memes you see posted on Twitter, even if they're not like VTuber specific, and just kind of fill those out and just kind of have fun with it tonight. Because we obviously need something fun just to keep myself psyched. Or distracted from the internet being bad. So, she's not the possessive type. She's not there to take one's attention, love, and affection for themselves, and sort of like keep them on a chain. I feel like that's kind of getting into like yandere categories of characters. But I think. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I waited to do this as well, because my voice had been very scuffed while I was dealing with the sinus, and it's still scuffed, but the thing is, the scuffness in my voice from the sinuses could probably take another week just due to my allergies making recovery take a lot longer. I still feel pretty good in terms of like health, energy, stuff like that. I kind of sleep a bit too much, but I don't feel like I need to take a nap every like 45 minutes kind of deal. So I'm not sick. I'm recovering. I'm in a good point in the recovery, but I'm not fully recovered to the point that it doesn't sound like I have a wad of saliva in the back of my throat. That is something that even if I like chug a bunch of water, gurgle, throw on a humidifier, is probably going to take a week to get out. But I didn't want to wait another week just to fill this out, so... Excuse me. We're filling it out tonight. And I forgot to do it at the beginning of the stream. But I'll go ahead and just mention it now. Since we streamed last, we did get 2 more followers that didn't unfollow immediately after, being silly or rude or whatever their intentions were. So we did break the 100 follower account on Twitch. And it was actually pretty close to breaking 300 followers on Twitter. So as far as Twitter goes, I'm glad to see that we're growing once again. I was stuck at like 200 followers for the longest time because obviously I'd been on hiatus for multiple years as an artist. But now going in as like a V-streamer, VTuber, just online personality, because it's nice to see things growing again and just like making new connections, meeting new people, making new friends kind of deal. But that is one thing I'll go ahead and mention, because I know I mentioned it during the debut. But the reason why we didn't do a full rebranding to like Lily's name, Lily Moetsky, like on Twitter, the Twitch channel and whatnot, is because I feel like I don't think I would ever do a 100% immersive VTuber personality. That's not to say I might not get into like voice acting and silly stuff like that, skits and whatnot with other people in the future. Obviously, I would need like a little more experience with streaming, speaking in general, preferably having my own apartment or studio, because it limits my ability to speak certain things, speak at certain volumes, and obviously I can't do the karaoke streams if people are here. It just makes too much noise in a thin house where my dad sleeps right below this room. So it's very not geared towards like living somewhere that I can stream 100%. But even then, even if I had my own studio and stuff, I probably still wouldn't do that. Because the other reason I brought Midai's reference onto the stream is there could be potential for doing VTuber models for my other characters and stuff. And I feel like that would be something we could play around with and mix in different personalities. Because obviously, Lily's personality and mine are pretty one-to-one. I'd say it's like a 70% overlap. There's other things I could do differently to play the character more immersively, but I feel we're at a good balance for that right now. But for some of the other characters and stuff, I would probably have to change like tone of voice and stuff like that if I wanted to do that, and I feel like I could have fun doing that, but it would have to be a much later endeavor. So rather than rebrand as one character, I decided to keep the whole Zephril going, is just try to make it show us like Zephril or Zephril XR everywhere else. That way it's more of a streaming personality or an online personality. So that it's technically still me doing all the stuff, it's just I'm not devoting myself to one character. Because if I ever did VTube another character, that would be like, oh, I need another Twitter, I need another Twitch, and it's just like, no. Let's make plans for the future and leave things not concrete. Leave them to where they're flexible in case I do stuff like that. But Lily will probably be the core of the channel for probably a good year, 2, maybe even 3. We'll see. It's just, there's so much that we could do in the future, but I'll be patient. I'll try to be a little more patient than I know I am and know that Lily is. And just, we'll leave those options open, and if we get to them, great, we'll get to them. I'm not going to be the doom poster who says, oh, it's never going to happen, so we don't need to make plans. No, things can happen, things we don't expect could happen. I mean, we could get lucky, the government wants to buy out our house and we get like $1 million, and my parents can go where they want and I can move out where I want. And you never know, it'd be like winning the lottery. So anything can happen, and I will certainly keep my door open for it. So let's get back to this. So Lily, definitely not the possessive type. She is the ambitious type. That goes without saying. Probably overly ambitious, overly confident, and definitely gets well in over their head. But they wouldn't be doing that if they didn't have the ambitions to back all that up. It kind of goes hand in hand and fuels the nature of the beast. Stubborn. Yeah. it's hard to say no to that one, just because we're so pragmatic and we don't adhere to idols. Well, no, I feel like even people who are idolistic can be stubborn as well. But I feel like stubborn is like either the inability to change when needed, or making change when change isn't needed, or they want to get things done a certain way, and they may beat a dead horse sometimes about it. I guess I'm kind of the same way as well, so this is what I meant by there's kind of a bit of an overlap with Lily's character. So if you like removed all the fantasy elements and stuff that I talked about with some of the reasons, a lot of these would probably go hand in hand with me. Because people who know me know that I am not a spiritual believer. But I am quite passionate. I'm very... mostly confident. Obviously, I didn't give her a 5. I won't give myself a 5. We're smart, but our street smarts are... I might have a bit more luck than Lily does, because I don't end up in a lot of near-death positions. I may or may not have stabbed myself a couple of times. Not actually stabbed myself. Almost stabbed myself is what I meant to say. Dropping knives or scissors and stuff where I probably should have... been hurt pretty bad, or end up in a car accident where I should have took a lot more damage. So I feel like my luck is probably a bit higher than hers in terms of things of a physical nature. But yeah, obviously the seduction's definitely her stat and her stat alone. That's not my cup of tea. Decisive. She's definitely decisive. Like, she's the, like I was saying, the just do it kind of mindset, which kind of goes hand in hand with the stubbornness. Let me get the pin out again. Let's go to the 15. So, not possessive, but I did say she does have a few jealousy issues from time to time. And she's not 100% the jealous type. Obviously, she can acknowledge when she is, and she tries to deal with it on her own, but sometimes that can spill out and will actively act upon her, I guess, outward personality? I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's also another one of the reasons why energy and happiness isn't a perfect 5. Not just the whole isolative depressive states. But it's definitely not a trauma trigger for her. She does on occasionally get a little jealous. But I feel like it moves her in a positive direction and stuff. It's like she wouldn't like try to tinker with her own weapons, build her own weapons, make her own stuff, learn to do things herself, read, translate, discover. You know, she takes on a lot more than probably one person could. And I didn't say anything about overwork just yet, but she can on occasion overwork herself a fair bit. So who knows, maybe the isolated depressive state is just one of those ways of balancing out whenever she works too hard. Perfectionist. Slightly. We're not perfect perfectionists. Obviously, even myself and her included. We do have a slight bit of a perfectionistic nature, which is another thing that kind of holds me back in art. But like even doing the 2D rigging, like I probably wouldn't have put as much detail into the rig if I didn't have, like, you know, the room for perfectionism. But we try to make ends meet. And while we want them to be more perfect, ultimately, as long as we can get them to work, we're happy with it. So I can't give that a full circle because she's not perfectionistic. There's just slight accounts for it. So let's get into the social tab. Oh no, libido is actually a thing on this chart. Fortunately, this is technically more of a mature stream. It's not an R18 stream, it's an R7. R16, R17? What's the actual demographic for that? I feel like it's changed over the years. Yonders are great. I love you unconditionally, just like you, Lily. I see. Yeah, they can be fun. They're their own cup of tea. I will be honest and say that I am not completely into yanderes. I do find them on occasion to be quite cute, with their possessive nature sometimes. And I do kind of admire them in a kind of like a cool aspect in how their negative personality is portrayed. But I'm not always 100% the type that gets into like the crazies. I don't hate them though. I definitely don't hate them. They're just not completely my cup of tea. Let's see what the actual definition for the term charisma is. Because I feel like I use this term wrong all the time. Charisma. It gave me the chills. It's like, yeah, definitely not the possessive types. Like, I might be able to make this face on occasion just because, yeah. I can definitely give somebody the stare and stuff. But it's not a yandere stare. It's like, I want you to love me unconditionally kind of stare and love nobody else. No, it's just like, I see a couple of VTubers that do that in general. It's just like, I don't want to give off that negative air or impression. It's just like, yeah, if you want to love, nice. I'll accept all the love, I'll accept all the head pets, I'll accept all the hugs, and I'll make friends, But I'm not going to hold a grudge if you have your own things to do and stuff. Obviously, I don't know, I feel like some people lay it on really thick and I can never tell if they're doing a serious yandere character or if there's a little bit of an anxiety vibe to their stream. I try not to touch on that. Taiho from Azure Lane is one the fence with. She's cute, but I did not know she was yandere. That's interesting. That is interesting. She's also a very popular character, so that might be why. So for charisma, it is the compelling attractiveness or charm that can inspire devotion in others. And devotion is like, is that like, yeah, love, loyalty, enthusiasm? Okay, yeah, that is my cup of tea. I may not be the smartest person out there, and I might not be the most lovable person out there, but over the years, I definitely have this kind of charm in attracting someone's attention. I guess like in a positive way, or just like, it could be like the way that I talk, it could be like a sense of kindness, or I don't know. I feel like there's something about me that people just kind of stay for unconditionally. And I feel like Lily's kind of the same way, and maybe the two of us together might be why people stay. But there's definitely that air, that aura about Lily or about me that well, this is definitely more for Lily, that they stay. I'm probably more at like a 4. I'm definitely not saying it's non-existent, because even back when I used to stream March streams like 5, 7, 8 years ago and whatnot, it was very much apparent. But yeah, she's definitely like maxed out on that. It's just, it's hard not to pay attention to her. Empathy. I feel like she's halfway in on this. I'm definitely more of an empath myself. Like, I would give myself a 5 just because I know a lot of like negative emotion triggers and feelings and stuff like that, and I can tell relatively easy what somebody is thinking based on like their body language. Well, I mean, Lily does the same thing, but I feel like this is not asking if you're an empath, but rather you act on empathy, or you're trying to understand them, which I go out of my way to help people and stuff with. Lily, on the other hand, I feel like, you know, the whole pacification of children, kind of lack of patience. She's not ill-spirited, she does try to be nice, it's just I feel like she may not have as much patience to like do the full empath thing. If she feels like she's not getting to them, she might not get in over her head on this kind of touchy-feeling thing. Like, very perspective, not very persuasive. So, she's empathy enough to know what's going on or what someone's thinking. But she's a chaotic neutral, of course. She may not always act on it. I keep hearing I know that's the hard thing. It's just like, if I know someone's Lily, I almost always call them Lily too. Even though it's like, some people still do call me Lily. But that's one thing that helps with having, I guess, a streamer name as well. People can call me Zephy as well. So we don't end up with a whole Lily war going on. But obviously, when I'm talking about Lily in and of herself, or even, I don't know. I think I rarely refer to myself as Lily as well, depending on who I'm talking to. But I can see why that would throw you off. If your name also happens to be Lily. I need to drink more water real quickly. Yeah, I'd be laughing too. It's always funny. It's always funny. Yeah, it's just like, I'm at that point. It's like, I used to just like when people were talking about Leah's Lily, are they talking about my Lily? I'm talking about my Lily because it'd be people that I know of. And now these days, I don't feel that as much. It's just like, they're probably talking about like a shy Lily or other Lilies out there, or their own Lilies. And I feel like if people want to refer to me, they're definitely going to refer to me as like Zephy. Or they would ask about your Lily instead of just Lily. But like I said, it depends on who I talk to. Generosity. Let me see. These next ones might be kind of tricky to answer, because like I said, very poor upbringing. She is from a tribal, like, culture and stuff. And then eventually she gets adopted into a very well-off family. So I'm gonna give her a 5, just because we're not talking about young Lily, we're talking, I guess, as she is by the second arc, like midway into the story, where the bulk of the story is going to be. So basically the family she's adopted into has got like a lot of political connections and stuff. And I guess it's like the city life. So while she's surrounded by a lot, she certainly doesn't completely indulges in it. She does not like get like snobby and stuff like that. If anything, she has a bit of adversity, or not adversity, but she's adverse to a lot of things like the political parties, the whole dressing up, attending banquets and stuff. It just doesn't really suit her personality and her mindset. She finds it quite annoying, but it's just kind of part of the family that she's kind of stuck with. Generosity. I would say this would be either a 2 or 3. I might give it like a 2.5. It's like I feel like she would definitely have some room for generosity and whatnot. She's not like completely unforgiving or doesn't try to give back. But I wouldn't say she goes out of her way. Unless it's like for close friends, family, and stuff like that. Obviously, she doesn't really see the wealth as her own. She just kind of has access to it. But, you know, thinking first thing, oh, let's do this for the poor people or do these for like the sick. And no, she's got so much on her plate in the story that she just doesn't have the time to be, I guess, as generous as she probably could be. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I definitely wouldn't say she's the over generous type though. And she's definitely not the type to like try to like lie and cheat either. But I don't know. That one may take a little bit of thinking. But for now I'd say it's somewhere smack dab in the middle. She's not got like the inability for it, but she definitely doesn't use the ability that she has for it. I did say she was a slightly self-centered, just because I guess the way her personality is, the lack of patience and stuff. She's always trying to move forward, and of course that could also mean moving people forward with her, but she goes at her own pace, so people may fall behind and she may not always like try to keep them up to par. It depends. That's definitely a little bit of a shortcoming, I guess, as a part of a positive trait. But I'm honest, I'm brutally honest about it. Aggressiveness. This is gonna be a 3.5. I didn't say she was like completely rowdy or anything, but she's very vocal about what she believes in. She's very much about getting stuff done. She does not have a lot of room for beating around the bush or just trying to like be dodgy or not being honest and stuff. Is like she'll try to get the answer or try to get the things she needs to get done or help other people like, I guess, actualize their tasks. But she can be a little bit brash when people are trying to beat around the bush. It's not that she's trying to be mean, obviously, but she can be a little bit aggressive. And I feel like this is purely based on personality. In terms of combat and stuff, there's definitely a lot of... I guess her fighting style is more passive-aggressive. Obviously she has her combat abilities and stuff, but like I said, she's not gifted with like superhuman strength. She has her own like magic, her own magitek weapons, or just weapons in general. But that doesn't mean she just like goes in wailing. But I guess she's more of like the weak point or looks for others' mistakes and stuff. So that would be like the combat side of like the whole aggression stat. But yeah, she can be a little bit brash. Libido. How do we answer this one without going into too much detail? Because obviously this is meant to be a like safer work series, and by safe work I mean it's for mature audience, but it's not a smut, it's not an erotic series or anything like that. So this, I guess we would answer libido in the sense of, would we say sexual interest? Let me just look up the term. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Because I keep thinking of Mr. Libido from Yakuza 0, when he was just like humping the air 24/7. The energy of the sexual drive is a component of the life instinct, so their own need to like satisfy, I guess, their lust and whatnot. I would say this is lower than average. This would probably be like a 2. They're not exactly like a horny beast that's constantly looking out there, or one of those like characters in the pubs and stuff who they're just there to do it, I guess. But I feel like this is also kind of on the lower end, just as a story point. It's not really the focus of her character, and obviously I wouldn't make it like too much of a focus. It's meant to be for mature audience. It's not meant to like actually get into like the birds and the bees. But if we're talking alternate universe, like if we go like to the spin-offs, the side stories, that side story may or may not have an evening not safe for work spin to it as well. I don't know how I want to do it, but I want to kind of do the cafe as like a daytime safe for work lighthearted series, while still having kind of a spin-off within a spin-off, and having a not safe for work part of the story for the nighttime. Because the thing about this cafe is it transitions into a bar at night. So there's a bit of a duality to it, and I feel like I can also give this side story that own, or duality in another sense. So if we're talking about canon Lily, and we're talking about her within the context of like a casual series, she could end up around a 3.5, 4. She does have a little bit of a thirst, and it tends to be a little bit more of a masculine thirst sometimes. But that was a little hard to answer. Yeah, I guess as the protagonist, this kind of goes hand in hand with the level of comedy in the series. Obviously, you've seen some of those, I guess, like those isekai or harem animes, to where the MC is like constantly horny, but they still make the story work. I feel like this would be kind of like the level of sexual humor for the main character as well. In which case, there are going to be some references. She's not like completely devoid or asexual or anything. And obviously with the character that doesn't have a set gender, you're gonna get a couple of sexual jokes in the story. But yes, more on that later. So let's go back to our big brush. 15. Is she the honest type, or is she the deceptive type? She's not the perfectly honest type, but she's honest enough that it tends to be the dominant trait. Obviously, her skills in deceptiveness are not too great, and I feel like that kind of went hand in hand with like persuasive abilities. Is she values honesty too much. She can be a little deceptive when she needs to, but she may not be the most skilled at it, so that can backfire on occasions. This is a character sheet done by an artist, I think he's an artist or something, on Twitter, who goes by C. Paris Art. I think he posted it maybe a year or two ago, and it's just something some people have been poking me to actually fill out on stream. So if you go over to my Twitter, I do have a link, not a link to it. I'm pretty sure I gave him credit, just without like hot linking and notifying him and stuff. But the chart should be one of my most recent tweets, in case you're interested in taking a look at it yourself. But I think he's a big D&D player, and I guess he made these for his own D&D sessions. And it just kind of got a little bit popular, I guess, about a year or two ago. Because I've seen people like Nua, Nightstone, and people fill these out. But I've never really seen someone like fill it out on stream. So that's kind of the activity for the night. So I'm going to drink some more water real quick, because we're doing off a bit of talking tonight. So, is she more of the leader type, or is she a follower? She's very much one to take charge of a situation. Or, even if she's not leading people, she's not one to follow them, and tends to lead herself. I guess that's just part of her not like really being one to adhere to formalities and stuff. Her ability to like kind of follow orders and stuff aren't the greatest either. I would say it's limited to like being able to follow quest details or important matters. But if it was to like following the teachings of something, or following... I'm not sure. I feel like follower also has like the need to have somebody show you what to do, or the need to have somebody to lead so you can follow them. She does not have that kind of need. She's very, very, I guess, self-sufficient. But she's also able to lead as a result. Or I guess she's able to take charge when there's not necessarily no one to take charge, but in a situation where it'd be nice if someone did take charge. She'd be one of the first to step up to the plate. In terms of politeness and rudeness, she knows how to be respectful, especially in situations that call for it. But on average, she leans a little more towards rude. This kind of goes in part with her lack of patience, her bit of a brash personality, or trying to stay at her own pace and not really being dragged down by other people's paces and whatnot. She's not gonna go out and make insults or call everybody like names and stuff unless you get on her bad side, in which case this kind of rudeness is more of a being a brutally honest. If somebody is being rude, is being a jerk, or being an ass, she's likely to call them just that, even in a formal settings where there may be some sort of like social like expectations. Lily does not really handle expectations well. She's very much at her own pace. So if she's like been slighted or feels the need to call somebody out on something, she will not hold back. So that's why it's slightly more towards the rude rather than polite. She knows when to be polite, and she does her best to adhere to it. Now I say does her best because that doesn't mean she always does it, obviously, as I just explained. She has a bit of a short switch, a bit of a short temper too. Oh yeah, temper would also go with the aggression stat. Yeah, she can get a little bit of a temper too when she gets really rubbed in the wrong way. Obviously, it still takes her a little bit to get upset on certain things, unless they're specifically being in a way that draws her attention or directly affects her. Now, is she of a political? No. She's very indifferent. That doesn't mean she necessarily always follows the law. She knows what lines not to cross, unless she has reason to actually cross said lines. Like, she doesn't really handle limitations all that well. If something needs to be done, something wants to be done, or feels like there's something wrong with the laws or politics, or something just seems nonsensical to her, she has no problem crossing those lines. She just doesn't let it hold her back. Okay, so this might go like kind of like with the whole seduction stat. While she may be max in terms of seductive and does have that seductive ability as she needs it, she's obviously been around long enough to pick up on a lot of the whole social aspects of having deliberate deception. Or not deception, seductiveness. That's why I didn't max out honesty. That kind of goes related to like slight deceptiveness. It's just not in her character to be deceptive at all times. But despite that, she's not the flirty type. She can be flirty as she needs to, or if there's something to be gained, if she needs to. Like, this would like kind of go against a little bit against her character, I guess. Slightly in a sense that in this particular example that I'm giving, would be in like one of these high fashion social settings that she doesn't really do well at. If she's in one of those positions, intentionally for a reason, like there's something to be gained out of, like maybe it's she's out of the country on some sort of quest and it's being done as like a sort of political gain bribe, or she's trying to learn some kind of knowledge that she otherwise wouldn't have access to. That's where her seductive abilities will come in hand. But she is not the type to flirt for the sake of flirting, or just, you know, getting in everybody's pants. Though I will say, I will say, because I don't know if sexuality is ever brought up in this, she is very much a pansexual, bisexual character. She, obviously, I do say she most a lot just because of her outward appearance, and also out of habit. A lot of the earlier designs and stuff, she wasn't like gender fluid, and like I said, she's not even gender fluid by default. There's a story reason why she ends up with the, I guess, an unstable gender disposition, and just goes between male and female as she wants to. But her interest is always in, I guess, I say pansexual, but she's kind of also like me. She leans towards feminine aesthetics. She prefers the cute and the feminine characters. Or people, or whatever. So, to her, it doesn't really matter what gender they are. It's just, if they fit her type and what she's looking for, it probably floats her boat. But that doesn't mean she's going to be all flirty about it. I mean, yes, Lily is cute, obviously. We can't deny that. But she is not the cutesy type. She doesn't act all cute or try to, like, people, like, make her think she's, or make them think she's, like, cute and stuff, or try to be, like, all girly and and stuff like that. No, that just doesn't really float her boat. And I would leave this blank. It's just, it feels wrong not giving her points in cuteness when it very much is her character, just not her personality. So Yeah. She is the cool type character, yeah. Which is why a lot of the designs and stuff, I don't like overkill on frills. I don't really do dresses. I don't do like the corset stuff. Obviously, the flare pin is pretty cute, but I've not given it like an excess flare and stuff. And then again, she's got the flower pin for story reasons, so it's not even out of a personal choice. It's definitely not part of her fashion. She very much prefers something more open air, athletic, easy to move around in, stuff like that. She does have a very fun personality though. Like I said, she tries to be the prankster, the trickster, the little mischievous little fox that she is, with a good sense of humor and a high sense of passion. So I would definitely say she tries to keep things fun. Just for her age and I guess for just more mature crowds. She doesn't really mingle with kids. And that's probably where I would like kind of lightly mark up on fun. She does not know how to do fun for kids. Now that doesn't mean kids can't be entertained. She does sing, she does dance, and stuff like that. So that would be like an indirect kind of pacification for children. But no. Let's see. Definitely not the gullible type. She may not be the best on street smarts, but she knows how to, like, avoid getting into a situation where that may be a direct confrontation. She's very perspective and intelligent enough to not really fall into any things. Although, if there's any sort of stuff related to, like, maybe Magitech or Ancient Tech she might be interested in, and you might get her to go and look for stuff or look up something, but you're not going to be able to sell a scam to her because obviously not very many people at all can read ancient texts, and if people are trying to sell off ancient texts, which is counterfeit, she's gonna know. She's not obedient, as we already can tell. She's very pragmatic, and just kind of goes at her own pace. So, lack of patience, and she's unable to sit still, I guess. Kind of like with me, she's got the whole ADHD kind of personality. But, I would say she makes an effort when she needs to be. Like, especially with the whole family, political, social standing stuff and whatnot. She does what she can. But she doesn't go out of her way to be disobedient. She tries to be understanding. But it's just obedience really isn't in her nature. Is she the forgiving type? Slightly. Like I said, she can occasionally fall into some pits with jealousy, grudges and stuff like that. She wouldn't necessarily ever kill over them, but she's the type to remember stuff. And to really get, I guess, like, sort of forgiveness if somebody, like, really makes a big fuck up, it's going to take time to, I guess, rebuild that trust with her. Trust in general is just something that Lily is also kind of weary about. It takes a while to actually get on her good side. She might be awfully friendly, makes friends easily and stuff, but the whole trust, like, I guess, in one's back of the mind and whatnot, that takes a little more time. In terms of scariness, obviously, she's not a horror character. She's not, like, dripping in blood or carrying around a bloody weapon and whatnot. But when she goes into a serious mode in combative situations, arguments, or just general combat and stuff, she may have a bit of a more serious tone to her face. She's very focused. Like, I would call it like a hyper focus on combat, so there's not too much like thinking about pointless things. It's very much like life or death situation. So she's focused on the task at hand, basically. Basically, if you're the enemy or you've done something to warrant your death, she's probably using every ounce in her brain to find a way to bring you down. It may not be like just hand-to-hand combat or a battle of strength. She might be looking for something within the environment to utilize. That, I don't know. She can get a little scary when she needs to. That isn't just combat either. That was also like in regards to like argumentative natures and just getting in her bedside. Okay, so there's a belief system with higher power. I thought that was covered by spirituality. So once again, we're just gonna give this a dot. It's hard to be part of the light element without having like any sort of a... Because I mean there's kind of some slight higher power to the series, it's just not... There's not like this sort of god we pray to and believe in the story. There are like real higher powers. But here's some of the other good things. I feel like magic is just it doesn't really belong here. It's a series with magic in it, so not believing in magic would just make you crazy in this world, because you'd be denying the truth. And when I say the truth, I mean you'd be like denying your day-to-day life. It's very commonplace in this world. Now, belief in fate and destiny, I'm not even gonna fill in, because it would go against her character as well as mine belief. I don't believe anything is scripted to happen. There's nothing set in stone, and if there was, Lily would be the type to try and break it. Assuming it was something that would like get in her way. If she wouldn't like fulfill a prophecy in a certain way or anything like that. So yeah, she's very much about taking matters into her own hands. The belief in a good soulmate though, I would say there's limited capacity for that. I wouldn't say it's anything she spends too much time on, or something she's like looking for in that partner or whatnot. No, she very much keeps busy with what she has to get done, her goals, just the kind of general stuff she's thrown into throughout the story. So she doesn't really, I guess, make room for soulmates and stuff. Obviously, she still bonds with friends, stuff, schoolmates, her adopted, or I guess would it be a brother-in-law? That's part of the adopted family, except he's like actually of their blood. Beliefs in good and evil. I would give this a 2 out of 3. Definitely there is a belief in it. But this kind of goes to the whole indifferency, political whatnot, is there isn't a fine line in her opinion. Like the whole necessary evils and stuff is just like, there's some things when being good is actually being evil instead of like being textbook definition. So she doesn't believe everything's like perfectly good and evil. To her, it's kind of gray, but there are usually biases towards one or the other. Does she believe in luck? That's a good question, because as we already explained, she's not exactly lucky. There's just a bit of luck, but there's so much like bad luck that happens throughout the story to her that I don't know where to put this. I wonder if she would think that she's like kind of lucky, but maybe she can be honest with herself and knows that she's not that lucky. Or is she gonna try to be more oblivious to it and just like, no, it happened just because it happens, not due to luck or anything like that. I feel like I would give this one a dot. Like, without all that thing, with everything that happens to her in the story, I feel like, as a character, she's the type to not believe in luck. But so much coincidence stuff and just general freak accidents and stuff that happen in the story, it probably weighs enough on her mind that she can't like completely ignore it, or like doesn't want to believe in the existence of it, because she doesn't. The thing is, she doesn't want to blame anything on luck, is what it is. But I think being aware of it or acknowledging it, yeah, it's definitely one of those denial things with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't believe it at all. It's definitely one of those things. Okay, we've made it to the last box. We're about 3 hours in. So I'll finish this up, and I might fill in one bingo. I kind of want to do one more thing before we wrap up the stream. But we'll probably not go beyond 4 hours. So let's get into the priorities. Oh yes, this is for Lily. So the whole VTuber model on the screen she's based on. This is, I guess, breaking more down into her character as far as the canonical story behind it. So not just the VTuber personality that she is on the screen. This would be the more serious, I guess, approach to answering stuff, I guess, as it would pertain. Cynical, that's another word I need to look up, because I probably have the wrong definition in my mind. Believing that people are motivated by self-interest, distrustful of human sincerity and integrity, concerned with only one's interest and typically disregarding accepted or appropriate standards in order to achieve them. I wouldn't say 100% cynical, but definitely with that second definition, she definitely leans in that direction. Yeah, there's a lot of contrast to her character, and she's definitely had the time for me to like sort of delve and develop a bunch of these different, I guess, unexpected parts of her personality. So one thing that I have a lot of fun with Lily is there's a lot of, I guess, not just gap appeal from, I guess, her outward appearance, but also within her, like, outward personality. I don't know. It just kind of turned very complex, but very fun at the same time. But yeah, I would definitely not say no to cynicism. I wouldn't say technically the type to always wear a mask, because, well, she does play more to, like, I guess, a trickster, prankster type, where she's very mischievous in the way that she has fun sometimes. She's not really one for beating around the bush or trying to be dishonest. Rather, she's more likely to be blunt, and that kind of is the one reason I pushed her a little more towards rude, is definitely kind of towards that bluntness. She's brutally honest, I guess is the way to put it. So wearing a mask would not be something she'd be very fond of doing. It is a very way to get on my nerves as well. It's like, that's not just like something with Lily. It's like, I feel like maybe she has a bit more tact than I would sometimes. Or no, sometimes I probably... Actually, I don't know how I would like say either way. Because I know I'm a lot more patient. Lily has a lot less patience, so maybe she'd be quicker to snap on the people that beat around the bush than I do. But yep, there's definitely a bit of that brutal honesty in there. As far as priorities on family, this is probably a touchy one for her, because like I said, the whole, not even just the amnesia thing, she has like no knowledge of her like birth parents, or even if they're like still alive, or something to explain the inconsistencies in her ability to like use fire among the other elements. She's a good wife. She can be good wife, she can be good husband. She can be anything she wants to be. But I guess that would just the way she, I guess, grows up and whatnot, is the whole ties to family don't always feel completely genuine. She certainly will put in the effort to it, but going from tribal family, losing just about everyone she knew growing up in that time, even after the amnesia she goes through that shit, then being adopted into like a city family, once again, she's being thrown into another environment where it's not her birth parents, and there's that trust issues where she has to like learn to adjust and develop and whatnot. So family doesn't really become too much of the priority. That said, it may not be necessarily that she views them as family. Obviously, it's not like she's on bad terms. But she places more value in friendship, in the sense that your family, or your adopted family, can also be your friends. Also, even though she's chaotic neutral, I'm a good sucker for spell swords. Me too! I'm a big giddy on like the magic knight and stuff. Thank you for the water, Mr. Calmoyo. I did see how that hydration come in, so I did want to handle that real quickly. I would just be careful that she doesn't become the world's punching bag. I guess she very much, I guess she doesn't become the punching bag in the sense that other people are there to like bully or mess with her. Like, she's probably willing or is going to go against that, or just snap at that. But in terms of like the sheer amount of shit that she's thrown into, is more like the world, I guess as you're saying, the world is beating down on her. So there's definitely I guess one of the general themes to the story is very much protagonist versus the world, rather than, there is a common antagonist to the series, of course, but it very much feels like she's thrown into a lot of situations that are out of her control. No bullying, only love. Her priorities on love, I wouldn't say they're too big of a priority. It's like she's more about like the mutual connections, business relationships, or partner systems, communities, I guess, and stuff like friendship and whatnot. But she doesn't really do the lovey-dovey thing with anyone. She's almost blunt in that sense. Even though she does have several eyes on her throughout the story. I think there's at least 2 male and 2 female characters that see her as a potential love interest. 2 of them actually end up with each other like much later in the 3rd arc. But despite that, she's still relatively blunt as far as it comes to the emotion of love. I don't think the story and the world just really gives her a chance to develop those feelings either. Cordial. There's another word I should look up. Warm and friendly. That's very, very fitting for her, I guess, personality and whatnot. Because like I said, she does mean well. She does mean well. She does try to be there, and she does try to make people happy and stuff. As well as making herself happy as well. But, I guess when shit hits the wall, she's usually quicker to react than someone else. It can. The people that get love struck, like, you see, like, it's another one of those comical character traits I think I've seen, like, series and whatnot, where main character, he's got, like, a max love stat and he falls in love all the time, or he's just trying to, like, make love and he just finds broken heart after each one, doing dumb things. Even though it's not, like, serious relationships, he's, like literally hitting on, like, women in bars and the dumb stuff they do, trying to hit on them in a fantasy world. Yeah, it's like a very, very NTR syndrome. Let's see, priorities on the home. I would say not very much priorities on home. Once again, there's no ill intentions there. But, I guess, well, maybe let's make that a 1.5. Home is definitely going to be something... It's one of her great internal conflicts, I guess, from, like, how English or story writers describe certain, I guess, elements of the story. Because, like, with the whole amnesia stuff, not knowing her birth parents, her birth origin, what she even is, and stuff like that. I guess she never really establishes that sense of home. Not that she doesn't have it, no. If it wasn't for all the shit that she's been through, this would probably be like a 4. With her, I guess, the White Fox family she used to be with before. Like, the story, the way it opens up, basically goes straight into the amnesia scene. Not her, like, being given amnesia, more like she's falling from a fucking cliff and she has no recollection of what's going on. So, despite that, in the first arc, obviously she loses her first home with the tribal community and whatnot. So she's constantly being thrown all over the place. There's the adopted family, and then eventually, like, I think 3 years into that, when she apparently grows up, because I guess from one arc to the other, she actually physically ages for story reasons. Otherwise, for a character that's like already 440 something years old, they look like they're developing from 11 to 15 over like a 3-4 year period, despite already being several hundred years old. So that would be something I would have to explain more in the story. But despite that, still, there's just the emphasis on she never really, I guess, creates a place to call home. She's always on up and about. So after the 3 years living in the city and whatnot, she eventually goes on her own kind of quests and adventures and stuff. Not so much because she wanted to, rather there's a lot of story leads to what might be her past. And at least by this point, some memories have kind of seeped back in. Like for some of the near-death experiences and whatnot. Let me go ahead and spoil this one part. Her memories are sealed off. I won't say by who, by what, or anything like that, but they have been sealed off, I guess, as the story opens up. And I would actually do like a prequel series as another side story to this. But that kind of seal slightly weakens each time she's like in a near-death situation. Obviously because in the first situation, she's quite literally dead. So having a seal on something that's alive is probably going to slightly wear off. It's thanks to the phoenix she's bonded to that she comes back and whatnot. But she's physically bound to him, which is another reason for the gender fluid. A lot of that physical reconstruction and whatnot is because the phoenix gives up its physical form to spiritually bond with her. And then that throws her gender all over the place. Like I say, she can change freely because I guess as a character she kind of can, but within the story it's a little more sporadic and based on, I guess, a level of spiritual energy or stuff between the two. And she kind of has to manage two different mana reservoirs, and when one is dominating the other, she may or may not grow an elephant down there. See, wait, did you go the route where people like her have their internal time slowed, like they don't age fast, but they... Okay, so to kind of explain that, when I say she is a white fox, that's not completely correct, and I would have to explain so much why she's not a hybrid either. So what I'll do is I'll explain it in a simpler term. Let's say she is a 3/4 blood, 3/4 white fox, 1/4, I guess, orange fox, or just normal fox and whatnot. So while the light element is her most dominant effect, like she has 100% light element, and there is a story reason why she's not 75% light element. Light and dark elements are, I guess, more of the elder elements of the world. Like this world, like it kind of starts off with the whole light, dark, governing the world creation. So they live longer. Like they didn't really even take physical forms until they started devolving into like greater and leisure light forms. And I guess as the war that predates the series goes on, a lot of that light breaks down into further forms. So like leisure light forms would eventually break down, start taking physical forms, if they didn't take a physical form while they were still like aligned to light and whatnot. Like, I don't know how to explain that because I'm still working on the consistency myself. But I feel like the battle between light and dark got to a point to where it's not just like a ball of light and darkness going at each other. In this world, I kind of base the elements a lot more physical or sensical. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna hurl this bottle or this ball of water at you and you're gonna take damage. No, in this world, if you throw water at someone, they're just gonna be wet. You can probably add pressure to it with wind, depending on like your affinities to certain elements and whatnot, but you're not going to pierce or damage anybody by like throwing them a hydro pump. So them taking on, I guess, physical appearances is so they can do more like, I guess, physical damage in trying to actually defeat the dark, or the dark defeating the light. And I guess as they grow weaker, either from using up their lifespan or they've just been around so long, they'll either break down to like just like leisure physical beings, or light, not necessarily dark. Dark never breaks down to anything else. Dark is an enigmatic element in this world, and it's actually more of like a cursor pollutant element in that exposure to it corrupts one's own affinity and one's own like mind in the series, which I'll explain a little more later. Yeah, it has a scientific reality. That's exactly, I guess, what I was trying to get across. Yeah, you'd need to freeze it or fire hose. That would hurt. That would definitely hurt. I feel like you could do a lot of damage with steam as well. But it also gets into like weird sort of combinations in ways you can create, because it's not like you can just like manually make TNT, but knowing how to like, I guess, use fire and earth really well, you'd probably be able to bring up certain elements. Like, I forget TNT's scientific name, but you'd be able to bring up like traces that you would need for like making an explosive powder. And basically there's not really any room for instantaneous spells. You're gonna have to go through a lot of loopholes. And even like with like, if you're like making cannonballs and stuff. Yeah, there's a room for a lot of creativity, and I have to work out a lot of things on balance and stuff. But that's one thing I really want to get consistent before I fully delve into the series as well. But back to what I was talking about with the whole the race thing and whatnot, is she's not completely like 100% white fox. I will say it is due to her father's heredity. So whenever this seal is done, it is also why she has the appearance of an orange fox. Obviously, white fox, she's got orange hair. What's going on there? She does, before the whole seal process and whatnot, she does have the full appearance of a leisure light elemental. She is a white fox and does have like white hair and everything. However, thanks to her father's heredity, when all that is sealed off from her memories and her affinity to light and everything like that, because the curse that, or I guess the seal or the curse is, it's rooted in dark magic, which really shouldn't be a thing, but let's just say her father is a little bit corrupted. But not completely corrupted that he didn't just like completely kill her off. But that's the reason for the amnesia, and the reason why she doesn't have any sort of alignment to her light affinity and whatnot. So because that's all, like, I guess, kind of locked out and whatnot, she's very much an orange fox. And as far as like has, I guess, how her body develops and whatnot, it's once again back on, I guess, a traditional, like, not really human, just like the human of the demi-human world. Her biological clock is going to respond differently as a lower elemental form. How much should I spoil? I want to say you're not yeah, there is a bit of a convolution in there, which is why I am like seeing where I can draw in either her demerits, expand on her weaknesses a bit more, or just find some limitations so she doesn't end up too overpowered. Because, I mean, she's strong, but obviously, as the strength stat indicates, she's not the strongest, at least in the physical sense. I feel like it's just like the way the world works as well. If she was to have like any sort of like exuberant use of magic or something, it probably wouldn't come without a cost. She does feel relatively strong now. Just because, I mean, she is physically bonded to a phoenix and whatnot. Oh, you do amateur riding as well. Yeah, but yeah. So I guess one kind of like mild spoiler is, well, I wouldn't really say it's full on death, but there is kind of a little bit of a reincarnation going into the third arc. Is at some point, like I did mention, like the curse and stuff was rooted in dark magic, and this isn't the only time where she's I guess physically exposed to dark and the corruption from her father. That eventually separates and takes on its own physical form, which I guess leads up to the climax of the second arc, in which I don't know how like completely explain it, but basically they end up killing each other off. And I guess the Phoenix kind of uses up what's left of it, like both its physical and spiritual powers or natures and whatnot. And she goes through kind of another, not really amnesia, but like she kind of wanders for about 3 years after that. Obviously nobody knows where she is, and it's just kind of like one of those time jumps. But if she eventually comes back, all her memories come back, and she'll be like a blend of her 3 main personalities. Like there's the Lily that she is. I guess there's the old Lily she used to be before the whole story starts, like back when she was still like within the White Fox community and whatnot. And one funny thing that's going to be funny to shift her personality with is the dark side of her, or the corrupted form or whatever. I still need to work that out. It's going to have its own personality, it's going to have like its own mental health issues, and it's going to have like her own things that she'll be dealing with. And this new personality or whatnot, or person that she'll be, is kind of going to be an amalgamation of it. But she'll no longer have like the Phoenix abilities and whatnot. She's not going to have like super regenerative powers. She'll be a little bit more mortal, but she'll still be aligned with the light element. So she'll still have kind of like that long lifespan. But yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. She'll be a very unique hybrid at that point between light and dark. But by no means does that make her overpowered or stronger, especially with that newfound self of mortality. You can't exactly go in going near death and not expecting to pay the price for it. Something like that. There's definitely a lot that has to be worked out and made consistent. But I do have to pay good attention to like balance and stuff. Cause while I do enjoy like the good overpowered character arc from time to time, that's not really her story or the story that I'd want to write. And I feel like every like strength has to have a price. And while these stats are definitely going to look kind of overpowered, it is definitely more like personality and stuff, and I'm probably giving more credit than I should because I don't know how to gauge them. But it also doesn't let you talk too much about negative traits anyways. A lot of these tend to be positive traits. But yep, there's a whole lot of balancing and consistency that I've got to work out. Kind of like the JoJo approach to combat, where it's more 4D chess than an all-out brawl. Yes, I do like to think a bit more above and beyond. It's not the pure combat series, but at the same time, it's not 100% Log Horizon, where they gotta spend like half a season explaining everything that's gonna happen in the next episode or two. I feel like there's a little bit more thought and reason that I want to put behind the series. So it's not just a go here, kill this, light this place up, Go to the next place, get your memories, do this. No, I kind of want everything to start hinting, or it's like a creative way of doing foreshadowing. That it would give reason or bleed into the next to kind of feel like it was fate, but at the same time in her character, like trying to go against fate and destiny, she's like just trying to get her memories back and stuff like that. That all this like kind of like bad shit that's happening to her is kind of correlated. And I think it's just like a funny way to like spin that general theme while turning it into a way of foreshadowing what's to come. But yeah. First arc, first two arcs, she kind of does have a lot of the defies death. And I guess like Zagreus, she probably uses all that up, so by the third arc, she probably doesn't want to take any sort of fatal damage. But the third arc is largely unfinished. I feel like that's going to be a completely separate thing that I'm gonna have to fully develop, because the first arc probably, I would say, it'd be like a year worth of content. Then arc 2 is like the core content, which will probably take like probably a good 2.5 years. And then I don't really want to know what I want to do with the third. I want to make it just as good, but I feel like I've done so much for the second arc that it's going to be hard to do something better. And I don't want it to turn into like, you know how if you've seen Guilty Crown, by the middle of the story, MC just feels too overpowered, too narcissistic, and just kind of largely uninteresting. Not to say he doesn't get his hand cut off and it still turns into like a bad ending, but I don't want to do the third arc in a way that it just feels like an aftermath. I want to be able to have some meat to offer. And hey, what's going on? Nonamo, what you doing tonight? That's what I would have to do, is because I'm confident that I do not have the willpower to actually draw out a webcomic at this point, especially with a lot more responsibilities I'm taking on, like the streaming and the live 2D stuff. But I feel there's plenty of time to start saving up now and start refining the story so I can make, what are they called, like storyboards and whatnot, for an artist that would be willing not just to work with me, but kind of listen to me ramble about a lot of things in more detail, because I'm probably never going to do like the light novel approach to it. It'll probably be a web series, and maybe one day when it's like really well off, there might be like a short animation for things in this. But it'd be fun to see if it ever had its own little animation. But that's like a 10-year goal from now, sort of deal. But like I said early in the stream, I'm not one of those defeatists. I'm not gonna say it's never going to happen. So I'm definitely going to like leave the windows open or do things in a way that the option is there if it ever becomes greenlit, so to say. Just catching your friends and smashing some zombie skulls in, hell, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Also, this is why I kind of took the approach of making combat in my setting to be more determined by various styles, where anybody can potentially pick them up and modify them to fit their need or fit their needs. That's cool. That's really cool. I do kind of like the stylistic approach to it. It makes me think of Yakuza 0. It's just like you can go Beast style or you can go Rush style, and the characters have the freedom to like mix and match based on their personality or however they're trying to solve their problems. Like there's a spell sword class, but it's divided into like the 4 styles: Ace Sword and Buckler. Duelist type, augmented arms type, and a chankrum thrower. Oh, cool! So then I guess like their roots in the spell sword would give them different ways to either, I guess, augment or endow their weaponry, or be part of how they like go about combat. Like, for instance, if they're using their elements for an environmental effect. Not necessarily, I bathe my chakram in fire. No, it's like you might burn the ground, or you might... I think they would call it like footing, in how you go about battling an opponent. But basically, you're using your... I guess your knowledge of elemental expertise, I guess, to give you an advantage in battle. That's just an I fumbled all my words just then. I was just saying, it's being big-brained about how you use your magic, basically. Let's see, so priorities... How do we do this one? I feel like she's definitely got priorities on other people's health. Because obviously she doesn't like seeing people suffering. She might be a little impatient about it. But I'm gonna give her a 2. Because I feel like we would also tie in her own priorities to her own health. And she's definitely gonna have a bit of a bias. Like, I feel like in the first arc it'd be kind of near 3, and then she's kind of a little spoiled by the Phoenix and overexerts herself a lot. And then by the third arc, we get to make fun of it when she deals with sicknesses that, you know, just common sicknesses that people get, and she's like not accustomed to it. It's like, why do I have the cold, or stuff like that? Because like I said, she's very used to overworking, overexerting herself. And even if that doesn't like directly hit her with like infections and stuff, she still has to sleep. She still has to sleep, and she'll probably sleep more than, or maybe sleep too much. And maybe that kind of affects her mental state. So, if anything, maybe her mental health is a little bit better in the third arc. But, yeah. She's got some learning to do. She's got some learning to do. She can't just let the Phoenix handle everything. Yep. I just feel like this is definitely the story where so much is thrown at one protagonist that they don't get to develop a lot of the things that other people do at a slower pace in life. Because they're trying to do too much, the world wants them to do too much, and nobody gives them the time to do it. Like using wind magic to turn your chakram into a whirling buzzsaw. That would definitely be one way to enhance it. So yeah, big braining your weapons with magic. I am very much a fan of that. And I won't say spell sword is like completely common in this world. Obviously some people do get into it. But it's definitely one of those things that's, I guess, somebody picks up on their own. Like a lot of the world, especially some of the early characters and whatnot, people that just don't have an affinity for magic either get like fed up and sour with it, and they go into like guard duty, or they pick up physical combat weaponry stuff, or like manning a cannon and whatnot. So those that don't like have any of it, it just kind of dies off, because in this world there's no such thing as fair when it comes to how good you are at magic. That really comes down a lot to heredity and whether or not you come from a bloodline that is divided multiple times, back when I guess their ancestors were still spiritual forms and breaking down to the smaller elements. Or if you come from maybe an ancestry that's more blessed with that's aligned to a certain element, or all the elements in general. So for those, like, I guess that do have some, they can still like endow things, But I wouldn't say they'd be well enough to like make their chakrams spin that fast. They'd be very much more focused on the environmentalistic points. But those that do really well with magic do end up using it like core, I guess for combat capabilities or more the back line. It's just the things they have to design is where Magitech is, I wouldn't say maybe completely Magitech. There's a lot of inspiration from steampunk in some of the weaponry they have to go about using. Because, like I said, you can't just fling a ball of water. Even ice wouldn't be all that impactful. But, it's complicated. But I like to think through it. That's surprising. I imagine you kind of need to be good with magic. Yep. If you want to deal with big baddies or if you want to do something big with magic. But there's a lot of extra things, I guess, they can learn to do in unison. Because then you don't have to carry the burden by yourself. Because that magic is kind of draining as well. Let's see. Importance on praise. Here's a good one. One that I've definitely not really considered all that much. I'd say she's very limited on praise, as well as others' opinion. Like, these kind of go hand in hand with her character. That's I guess one that always tries to make ends meet on her own. Or trying to be self-sufficient. She doesn't really need that motivative praise. Or someone thinking highly of them. Like, definitely in the social situations, like with the higher-ups being dragged into stuff with her family because the whole politics, rich parties, and just stuff she doesn't really care about. She's generally not trying to suck up or remotely wants them to think well of her. Which, these are almost kind of opposite of her adopted brother, which is very much accustomed to, I guess, that lifestyle. So it's funny to see the two clash. Let me read this real quick. I honestly took a different approach with my settings. Magic, and basically leveled it by difficulty. Fey or Pact magic is easy, Divine is medium, and Arcane is hard. Arcane magic anybody can use, but it is very difficult and treated like a science. Divine magic is powered by one's determination and willpower. So if you lose confidence, you lose your power. In Fey magic, you get it all from the jump. But you have to figure out how it works. Okay, so that's a lot more hands-on. You kind of have to discover how you go about using it or discovering it and stuff, huh? And the more you master it, the more you become like the bee. Oh, okay, so that's what that meant. That's what it meant. So you made a pact. That does make sense. That does make sense. And I really do like how you handle divine magic. Having, like, the willpower, confidence, or the strength in, I guess, one's own spirituality. So if they start to falter, or someone's trying to do a power play, and it starts to eat at them, then it's like their opponent is like kind of getting inside their mind during combat, and that in turn gives them an advantage. But if they've got one of those egotistic personalities that just doesn't falter, they're probably going to be like, if you've seen Fire Force and you know Arthur, and he summons his Excalibur when his I guess when his own faith in himself is like maxed out, it kind of makes me think of that. Like a character could be like really forth-bringing. I could see that melting into someone's personality, definitely with a system like that. That would be a lot of fun to work with. Huh. So, let's see. Makes them tired to be confident, but makes them very easy to trick, depending on the person. Definitely. And if they have any sort of insecurities, which could come with being stubborn as well, it could trip them up in the field of battle. So let's see, let's get back to priorities on justice. I'm going to give this a 3, so slightly leaning more towards the right than, or yes than no. Obviously, like I was saying, she's not exactly one for political or adhering to like theories and roles and idealisms, but she does have good intentions. She has a good heart and everything, and would like there to be fairness where fairness can be had, but she's not going to like be overwhelmed by it or beat a dead horse about it. It's like there's some things where it gets too gray and you kind of have to go against like the limits and stuff, or there's good in certain wrongs, or I'm not sure. I still wouldn't say she's the justice type. She's not like upholding of the law or trying to make sure justice is dished out everywhere, that nobody's like littering or getting involved with people. Like if she sees someone who's like doing something bad, she might just like not really mess with it. I feel like it's just a lot of hers is just, I feel like she would be a little more well-rounded as a character if it wasn't because of life and the way she was brought up and the sheer amount of shit that's thrown at her over the story. So I feel like that is where I could play her weaknesses the most, is because she just doesn't have the chance to really build the, I guess, everyone else's sense of morality and stuff. She is very much, I guess, on her own on a lot of things. So, the truth. She have a priority on being, she is very much prioritizing truth. Like I said, she's very honest. Mostly honest. But I guess she knows where to break the truth when needed, or not completely fall into truths. Obviously, she's trying to recover memories and stuff, and she's seeing a lot of like either stuff that doesn't make sense. It would be a bit of a priority to her, but I guess she wouldn't go. It's like some of the memories that comes back kind of makes her question truth a bit over the story. And while she may value it, I feel like I can't put a 5 on that one just due to her own internal struggles. Chaotic neutral by obligation sounds like a great way to put it. It's like she'd want to do good or have like the good heart, but she's just not able to, like, she's not at liberty to. So she might lean more towards chaotic good otherwise. Like, I would definitely say from a side story, or not a side story, a spin-off point of view, like the whole cafe stuff that I do just kind of like as a very casual, informal thing, she'd probably be chaotic good. But from within her own story, it's definitely one of those chaotic neutral just as a result. Like, not her own choice. Let's see. Priorities on power. Ooh, that's a good question. Power. Priorities on... I'm assuming it's not just like physical capabilities, magic capabilities. It's also political power standings, dominancy, even like in arguments, conversations, debates. So would she be the type to prioritize something like that? I feel like it wouldn't be much of a priority for her. Rather, even in the lack, it's more of a belief that I guess she would just still push through it. Or try to make up what's missing through other means. I guess I would say it's not really a priority to her, but not one that's going to stop her, prevent her from doing something. Or beliefs that others should let it get them down or prevent them from doing stuff. It kind of feels like the political and power would go hand in hand, where she's indifferent to it or not a priority, and she'll find her own solution to the problem. Oh yeah, it could also be referred to their own not their own physical, their their mental health power, like powers in the ability to carry themselves on or tell themselves to keep going. Yeah, this one's a very mixed stat. Yeah, so I feel like if we include that, it would definitely raise it to at least a 3. Because just that part alone would be like a 5, but I feel like it's... I wouldn't say she's the type to really bring herself up. It's more like an innate. Like, it comes from the confidence part or being overconfident. So maybe it could just be one thing she kind of still takes for granted too. Okay, so priorities on fame. I'm going to say... Should I even give this a dot? What would I even give it a dot for? Like, fame is nonsensical to her. Social status, wealth, being known for... Well, she can have respect, especially when it comes to magic tech stuff. People who done theories or got well enough that they can actually understand the language to a certain part. Like stuff like that she could probably understand, but she still wouldn't do the whole worshipping thing. So it's she wouldn't really treat a king differently because they're a king, or someone rich because they're full of money. This kind of falls into the soul. It seems like nonsense to her. So, priorities on wealth. Ooh, that's a good question, because I did say she was kind of frugal. But is she frugal in the sense that she feels the need to save? I don't think I've ever thought the series in terms of expenditure. What would she buy? Would she just be able to use the money that her adopted family has? Does she have to do like any sort of work or earn anything while she's with the tribal community? How does she pay for things when, well, she can do forage and stuff, but she'd still need to like travel to towns, afford inns, food. Or would she rather just forage for that stuff? Is there anything she can use wealth for that would, like, I guess, prepare her, not prepare, English, propel her to meet, or to, I guess, make ends meet? I'm gonna give this a 1.5 because I feel if she ever was to like get hit a wall, she really wouldn't hit too much walls. Not that she would like abuse her family for money, but I feel like if she absolutely had to get money, she could probably figure that out, or she would find a way around it without spending. Like, she wouldn't necessarily rob or anything like that, but there would have to be a really good reason for her to make wealth a priority. I think regardless of whether she's in a spoiled family or not, it just kind of feels like a luxury to her, I guess. Unless she has like a practical use for it, wealth probably won't be too big of a priority. And with that, we have actually finished filling out the sheet. So let me make one adjustment to this one. Because what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and post it up on Twitter when we get done, just in case for people that catch the VOD later or may see it and want to see the reasonings behind stuff. I'll leave it there for them. I'm going to save as a PNG as well. So we not technically at the 4-hour mark, and I said I would technically stop at the 4-hour mark. But I did say I also want to do one little meme bingo. So let me go see if I can hop on Twitter. See if I can pull one real quickly. Or if somebody has one handy they would just like to see something posted, or they know of a good one for me to fill out, go ahead and post one, because we'll definitely do more. We could definitely probably do more like tomorrow as well, on Sunday. Because, I mean, this internet issue could go on all weekend. So we may be like doing like just random stuff in a more just chatting stream. Or hell, tonight wouldn't even have like been bad for one of those Duolingo funny things. But let me see. Let me just type in the words VTuber and bingo and see what comes up on Twitter. That one's a little too literal. Why is pink hair considered a VTuber trait? Is it because of like Iron Mouse and Yanners? I wouldn't have considered that the most common color for a VTuber to have. Or, no, I shouldn't just look up the word VTuber. I should look up, like, what is the bingo trying to accomplish? Like, is it a type of person? and shoot. Ah, you know, I won't say all of them are, but I feel like that's probably more common than it should be. I feel like a lot of the times when some like VTuber kind of starts some shit, it does happen to be that they have pink hair. That's funny though. That is kind of funny. Let me go over to Alice's VTuber page, because she filled out a ton of these at some point, and I'm sure she's got one handy somewhere. Yeah, we'll just do one more of these and then we'll go ahead and get off the night. And then we'll just have to hope Net's doing a little better tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm still dropping. No, it's still dropping frames. I might just need to do like a hard reset of my modem as well. Unplug all the cords and put them back in. Oh, if you know which Alice I'm talking about, Alice Alucard, Dracula, Alice Alucard. I actually do not know the character's age. I would assume they're technically still like all lollybaba, but I don't think I've ever seen their official character chart. I've seen a lot of things from them, but I must have missed that. Oh, you're from Boss's server. Awesome, awesome. Oh, did something big happen? Like, you don't have to tell me like everything going on, but was it like a certain event? Because I kind of avoid a lot of drama stuff. Not just I try to not get involved as well, but I tend to miss a lot of things. So it'd be like weeks later, it's like, oh, you didn't know about so-and-so doing? It's just like, no. And it's like, so for me, it's just like, okay, what happened? But don't go too much into detail, because it's just, I should be aware of things, just not involved in things. But I do hope they're doing well. Like, I'm going to assume it's probably related to the risk of eviction thing going on. And I'm really glad they got the support they were looking for to, I guess, keep VTubing and stuff. Oh, yikes. Yeah, it's just like almost everywhere, every server, and even like when people go into streams, like they explicitly say, this is age limit, this is R18+, this is mature audience, adults, and all that good stuff, and somehow they still end up there, and it's like they're just looking to cause drama. But I do feel like the flip side of that is how that drama is responded to. I would not be fond of an overcorrection either. Although I can't completely blame people these days. It feels like Twitter and Discord will drop a ban on anybody that gets a report. Like, it doesn't even feel like they look at what's being reported sometimes. So it sucks seeing an overcorrection, but I myself, I couldn't blame them for it. It's just one of those things you hate to see. You know it probably had to be done. It's a sticky subject. It's definitely a sticky subject. There's no wrong or right answer. Because what's wrong is technically the platforms just giving in to the white knights. Like, I liked old Discord before it became politically correct Discord. But that's a completely different thing. Obviously, we couldn't keep it around because we did somebody found it. Yeah, that would get into some really bad legal stuff if they say. The score before it went public. Yeah. Yep. Before where you could post anything. Okay, maybe it's been a bit longer than I thought it was. I thought it was pretty recent, but it could have been in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I usually would normally try to like repair this stuff in advance. But this is time, like, kind of being in a little bit of an impromptu thing. Just something to throw in as a bonus. But I think if I was to fill out more of these, I would definitely grab them in advance. Yep, we're definitely going over the 4-hour mark. So I need to scroll my mouse wheel faster. Speaking of 4 o'clock, it really does not feel like 4 hours have passed. But it would not be bad to get ready to get some food. It is a little past 1 in the morning. Okay, we're already going back towards March. Unless she did these as like replies and they're not on her front page. Huh. Could have swore I remembered replying to some of them. Let me try doing one other thing real quickly. Let's just try doing a quick Google search for just these mean bingos in general. Who knows, maybe we do the one VTuber trait and just kind of... Because it feels like it'd be like anybody could just like look at the VTuber and like cross everything off. Really does look too simple. We might just do it though. Let's see, let me see if I can find one decent one. Bucket, we'll just grab this one. We'll fill out B real quickly because it's past the 4-hour mark. Probably want to eat. Do other actually I need to create new from clipboard. Yes, that one. And we'll grab the line tool. Where's... Oh, I need a... How do I make a default tool? Or maybe it was this one, and I just need to... Yeah, that's what it is. I need to change the shape. So we'll go in on size 40, and we'll do it with red. We'll drop the opacity. Yeah, that works. So, obviously, Lily is not heterochromatic at all. Slight spoil, there may be one instance of heterochromia in the future, but it's such a brief instance that I don't think I would ever give it a trait for it, or even a model for that matter of fact. Oh, this has been already filled out by somebody. This isn't a blank one either. Okay, time to... Man, I'm so used to having things prepared in advance when I have to find things on the spot. It's just like, when you wait till the last minute, it takes so long to find what you're looking for. Okay, there's the one I'm looking for. Let me go ahead and close that one up. And we'll go back and put our line on heterochromia. Obviously, we have a 2D model. I would like to have a simple 3D one done at some point. I've been asking a couple of people that see if they may or know one. Obviously, I don't want anything super fancy like the ones that the Artemius Guild does. But I've seen some people do some really like simple stuff with like VR chat and whatnot. Pretty decent 3D renders. So I might try to find one of those to get the first 3D model going. Yep, at no point will Lily's hair ever be pink. It is like white, orange, kind of an amber blonde orange for one special instance, and then I guess Lily's corrupted side, I think I would either go for green or purple. So pink would never be part of that. I am not sure. Pink hair has... I feel like, well, the color never changes, its meaning... like, it constantly changes, it feels like. It's like, I've never been one that really liked pink hair. I mean, it looks okay, it's just, it just kind of felt a little too cutesy for me. And I feel like in just about all the animes, it feels like the pink heads just always ended up being very assholey characters, even when the character wasn't intentionally an asshole. So I'm not including the ones that were intended to be assholes. And then, I guess with the popularization of VTubers and whatnot, I guess it just so happens that a lot of the ones that made a big scene and whatnot all just happened to have pink hair. Obviously not all of them, but it seems like there's a good majority that happened to have pink hair. I feel like it was just a bad coincidence. So, I don't know. I would say it's not pink hair's fault at all. It's just, I feel like for people doing female characters, and when most VTubers tend to be female or appear to be female, pink is going to be a very popular choice. And when you have more VTubers using one hair color, there's a higher chance that if a VTuber causes drama, it's going to be somebody with pink hair. So I would say it's association by number. Hair vents seem something like an early 20s hair thing. Oh, you mean like, I guess in like the style? I do kind of like that style though. Not the hair color, but I've always had a thing for either like the wild, the messy, or the tomboyish kind of hairstyle. That said, I also do enjoy a good Hime cut. But I've never like really had a character that I would specifically give a Hime cut to. Gotta keep the brain cool somehow, yep. Oh, I see, the air vents is over here. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the hairstyle. Yeah. I like how it looks. Obviously, Lily doesn't have it. I've experimented with it in the past, and while it still does kind of look okay, I get in the habit of either forgetting to draw it, or when I'm like doing the colors and stuff, it doesn't make sense to me. So I feel like to use it well, it has to be some sort of personality type. And I just don't know what personality I'd really associate it with. Because I've seen characters of all types have like air vents. Hair vents. Air. Now I really see what you mean by keeping the brain full. But yeah, there's no air vents, and Lily's definitely not a mythical creature. Like, I mean, I could kind of give some points for the Phoenix, but at the same point, it's not necessarily Lily, it's the Phoenix that's the mythical creature. Can't really think of a VTuber with hair vents, to be honest. You know? I can't think of one either. Yeah, when I said I've like seen different characters and stuff with them, I meant in like anime and manga. But it could be taken as one that's involved, yeah. I mean, I guess we kind of do have to, cause, well, I mean, it's not like Phoenix is 50% her physical makeup. It's still very significant in, I mean, the bond is technically a 50-50 mutual bond. And I guess here's one little kind of thing about the backstory, is this is set many years after the whole war between like the light and dark. So some people actually do consider beings of light element to be mythological, figures of speech, not actually existing. Haha, Lily, definitely not free, but it's a free space, so it feels wrong to actually mark it. Oh yes, we ended up marking that, so yeah, after a second thinking about it, it's not even just the Phoenix, but within her own story, she would be considered a being like of, I guess, mythological origin. You just don't see light element anymore because the elements have devolved quite a bit to where even dark would be pretty absent. But the whole story does revolve around a war that started like very long time ago. Yeah. I know, it's so hard to pick, because I know it's not going to delve into the character's lore. But if we're already making room for the whole physics part of her backstory, well, I don't know. That one's hard to mark. Like, if we end up making a cross at some point, like, obviously I don't think we're getting bingo with this. So I won't really worry too much about it. But I feel like what it would want you to mark this off is if you're like a being of like a mythical dragon. Are you like part of Fenrir's heredity? Do you have something to do with the Valkyries? Or are you a mythical shadow creature? And it's like, no. We're not in any sort of the direction I guess this would imply. Although Phoenix would technically go into it, I would mark that only if we were talking about Phoenix, and not indirectly referencing the Phoenix character of the story, because there's still technically two different entities. It's just they're bonded physically. They still have their own separate consciences. She wears shoes. Yes. Not at all times, but yes. Her core design always has shoes. She may be a white fox, but she is not a god or a god figure. Symbols inside eyes, like the power, the cross. No. I've considered different symbols before, but none of them really felt like they, I guess, made logical sense in terms of character development, design, backstory, stuff like that. Though I have been tempted to, like, for different either designs, not really designs, but like thinking of ways to make a multiple tail version, like, you know, the whole Fox QB mythology. But I feel like I would be doing that more as a having fun designing a non-mechanical version. There's no reason for me to give her additional tails. What does a circle count? I would think instead of symbol inside the eyes, I think another way of saying this would be unusual pupils. So anything that's not a stereotypical iris. Let me read chat because I'm gonna go behind. This all looks like taking a VTuber at face value, so mythical creature would be like, yeah, that would be right. If it was actually like physical phoenix wings. Although I wouldn't put that past an alternative, not an alternative version, it's more like something I've not fleshed out completely, but something I'm like calling in the back of my mind Phoenix Ascension, or it's like an ego shift in which she is not the dominant personality and the Phoenix takes over. But I don't know exactly how I'm gonna like define that physical design just yet. But if I did, I would technically theme that on a different chart. Because that would be Phoenix in control, not Lily. But yep, this is definitely a very face value kind of bingo. So fun fact, apparently a lot of mythical creatures were inspired by things like elephants, alligators, and stuff that even today are hard to deal with. Like, imagine something that's stab-proof, arrow-proof, has a bite, and that can cleave a horse in half, is as long as a sub, and can move almost as fast as one, or SUV, not a sub. I'm silly. And then nothing wants to hurt you. That's pretty funny that their inspiration does come from stuff like that. I have never pondered the origins of mythical creatures in like, I guess, history references and stuff. But yeah, they would have to come from somewhere. And that makes a lot of sense. All we're missing is the wings and fire, and we got a full-blown dragon. Add in that no one had cameras back then. Thus, someone might try to sketch in a ye old concept of anatomy style, but that was mostly word of mouth. Let me drink some more water real quickly. We're covered in scales, longer than a horse, grabbed the mare and rolled it over. End over, tearing to shreds. Yep, let's high drink once again. Thank you, Zank. There we go. There's the water. Thank you for that. Let's see. If a soldier in the Roman Empire and I saw a big fucking elephant coming from my ass, I think it's a monster or demon too. And I mean, let's be fair, if we had a hippo coming after us, we'd probably be dead. Hippos are violent. Let's see, not disagreeing. The fact that we experience uncanny valley means we've evolved a reason for it. Yeah. That's definitely interesting. Techwear. No, not necessarily. And I'd almost give a check for that if this design had a Magitech weapon. But no, this is actually just a stock katana for the design. Like, this outfit I wouldn't even consider canon to the series. I might, in a way, redesign or reference it. But this is very much what I would consider a casual attire, I guess, just to introduce the character. Or it feels like a standardized outfit that I can use just to present Lily and not cause too much confusion, be very understandable, easy to draw, stuff like that. But I still wanted to like kind of make it make sense for the character. I wouldn't give her a weapon if she didn't have anything to do with like weapons in her story and stuff. But yeah, I don't think this would be an Arc 1 design. But I do think if I ever do, I do eventually I will do like not necessarily the model, but the next model I do, I definitely want to make sure it's modular, and then I can include outfits that are like more based on the canonical story stuff, because that would give me a chance to do my character design for the eventual future when somebody does do the webcomic. So I'd be killing two birds with one stone, but yet there's no techwear going on just yet. Horns. No, not at all. We've got ears. So we got some big fluffy ears, but we definitely don't have horns. I don't think I'd even give her counterpart, like her inverse. Like, I don't even know what to call her dark side. But I'll figure that out later. But even then, I still wouldn't give him horns. Royalty, even in the adopted family, she's not that high up on the tree. She doesn't, like, elude any sort of royalty about her. She doesn't act it. And even in the story, she's certainly not a part of a royalty. She's definitely well off with the adopted family. But she wouldn't be attending those social parties. Well, no, they'd still, technically, for the story's sake. Would if they were royalty, but no, she's not royalty. She might be royalty in my heart, but she's not royalty. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely not a bingo we're going to strike out on. Other bingos we might, is just, I probably need to spend a day just to dig up a lot of those bingos, because I saw some nice ones. It's just, I couldn't find any when I went to go look for them just now. And I'm not about to spend an hour on stream to find something we're gonna fill out in like 30 minutes. So what I would do is I would gather them, or if people find them, know what I'm talking about, and want to like DM me or just like shoot me a link somewhere, then I'll just hold on to those for the next time. If everyone got the same bingo card, everyone wins, or everyone loses. Nice see you, Yui. Let's see. I wonder if the people making these cards have ever played bingo. You know, I would think most would, but I won't be surprised if some of the people that make these are not aware of what qualifies as a bingo and what qualifies as a character chart or list of attributes. I'm still trying to figure out the general design of my setting. I know one nation will have a preference for a modified lab wizard coat. and pseudo modernesque wear. Another will have a more of a combination of Christian Valkyrie aesthetic. And the last one will generally wear more of tribal garb, assuming they wear anything at all. It depends on how you kind of do the culture for the tribal stuff and whatnot. Because while I say Lily, like the first kind of village she's with, the start of the story, is more of a tribal, I guess, folk. It's not like cavemen and stuff. So they're advanced enough to have like their own kind of clothes, and I kind of have to design. I think I'm gonna do a one piece for that Lily, because I think I had a good design years ago. It's just I lost that hard drive and I've lost all that concept art. But I remember what I liked the most. So what I would probably do is make a rough concept for what I can remember, and then start making experiments, because it would have like the leather, not like full leather cloth, but you know how they do like the leather braids and stuff, that kind of I don't think I'd really call it Christian aesthetic. But if you were to like think of Kid Icarus and stuff, the whole white garb and the braided leather, I guess like sandals, armbands and stuff like that, is kind of the general aesthetic I would probably do for that design. But who knows, I may try to mix other things in. I think I also designed a Magatama, but it didn't make sense for Lily to have a Magatama at all. So that one quickly left the design board. Yeah, depending on how down to earth they really are and how much in love with nature they are. It depends on the story, it depends on their culture, and they may just be a culture of complete nudists. So it's less they can't wear clothes, but they generally don't bother. Yep. I know that feeling. So yeah, it really depends on kind of tribal group you make and stuff. So, that one strand of hair, I mean, I wouldn't call it a traditional ahoge, but just like, actually just like the one in the example, Lily does have an ahoge that waves down instead of up. So I guess you would still consider them cowlick, but I feel like it's the more comical, whimsical characters that have the traditional cowlick that sticks up. Because not necessarily that they can't actually brush their hair, it's more they've got so much energy and nonsense that it accents the character. But I don't know, it feels strange drawing Lily without some sort of ahoge. So the down one I liked the most. That just became part of the design. So very, very much an asymmetrical design. Obviously I don't wield two katanas or keep two of them sheathed on me at the same time. And why? Oh no. How many streams have I gone on where my flower has not been on my head? I just noticed that. Like, this could have been going on for a month. Oh man, I know I'm one to miss something at the start of a stream, but to forget like my own accessory. Oh no. So, yeah, that is currently missing from my model. So I don't know what happened there. but I'm probably going to just save the file again. I'll fix it between streams. That is pretty funny that it's turned itself off at some point, and I have to go and get it back. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. But like I said, I don't have like a manager or anything. I've got to notice these selves if nobody tells me. No. I won't even make a mark. We are not 100% flat, but we've got something there. It's just not enough that I would consider it any sort of boing. It's basically small enough that it's not non-existent, but it doesn't feel out of place whenever obviously I'm you know what I'm gonna say. Gender fluid. I need to be able to have the appearance of either gender at either time. So I don't really account for the breast changing. So I don't really have a size that would go back and forth or look out of place for either one. Jacket not worn properly. Yeah, I feel like that would call a lot of people out. And I'm not even sure if I've sidestepped this one, because I wouldn't say mine's necessarily worn incorrectly. It's more like I designed it with the aesthetics of one that's being worn improperly. Even back when I gave Lily an off-shoulder sweater design, she didn't wear it properly now, so it's just like she wears it properly, but it's more of it's worn properly because it's not really designed in a way that you can wear it improperly. I feel like even if I had like Lily wear this unzipped, it would make sense because obviously she has the camisole on behind it. But I feel like because the arms are detached, it would feel like it's constantly trying to fall off more than a jacket that's just hanging on the shoulders would want to fall off. I don't know how to explain that. But I feel like this is one that would normally be checked off. But it won't be. Me, the character designer, I guess, saved myself from that one. I think we can all agree that flat is generally better anyways. For one thing, being called flat chest is better for combat. It's definitely a lot better for aerodynamics. Mobility, not breaking a back. There's a lot to love both aesthetically and fundamentally about a smaller chest. So you are not wrong. You were not wrong. 3D. I do not have a 3D model at this point in time. Oh, I forgot to mark the free one. Because she's not free, but bingo, lingo. So 3 is kind of the closest we've been to a full bingo this whole time. But the hair ears. I really love characters that have animal ear hair. Well, I do prefer, obviously, the animal ear aesthetics. Some characters do this really well, in the way that their artist has drawn the hair. And it's always fun to see. It's always fun to see. But, as someone who already has animal ears, trying to draw a second set, even if it's just hair, would look... it'd look pretty out of place. It would look very out of place. I've experimented with like little extensions, like either the side of my fringes or even below my ears, having like like a bit of hair that kind of sticks out. But no, there's no room for hair ears on the character that's already got them. Hair ears, much better than ear hair. And I must say, ear hair is extremely annoying as somebody who suffers from allergies that already make the insides of my ear itch. But once in a while I will grow these really strange, like, it's just one hair, it's not even like a group of hairs. This really long hair on the inside of my ear, and I'm just like, how? How does that happen? And it drives me crazy. And I have to, like, I don't really have the nails to do it, but I have to find a way to the grip, and I just have to yoink that out there, or it's going to drive me crazy. Because, yeah, it's one of those freak hairs. Like, I forget the exact term, but it's one of those hairs that was meant to grow somewhere else that just happened to end up there. And it doesn't even need to be somewhere where hair is supposed to grow. It can happen in areas where hair doesn't need to grow. I've got one of the, like, I have a hair that's supposed to grow on top of my head that grows in my eyebrows. And it takes like 2 or 3 months for it to grow out. But after 2 to 3 months, I will notice one of my eyebrows is freakishly long. But the thing is, because it's always like meshed in with my eyebrow, you're never gonna notice it unless I'm pulling up on all the hairs of my eyebrows. But when that happens, like either after I take a shower and I'm obviously like drying myself off, I'll notice something. It's just like, what is that? And it's a really freakishly long eyebrow hair. It's the funniest thing because it only happens on my left side. It never happens on my right. It's always on the left. All the hairs on my right grow, fall out, or whatever, as they should. So, definitely not ghost related. Spiritual, though. I guess this is going to be related to like religious symbols, like churches and stuff like that. And while she is light elemented, light does not have a cult behind it in this world. There's no sort of religion that worships beings of the light. If anything, they deserve more respect in the world than the people give them. But it's alright, because so many years have passed, they've become a thing of mythology anyways. Like, beings of light try not to mingle with the lower beings' affairs any more than they've already done. No, son. The Father of the Holy Ghost. It's like, which is it? Wearing headphones. No, but I would love to do, not really a DJ, but kind of a raver outfit for Lily at some point. I think it'd be really fun to do, especially for games we do like a Muse Dash or Rhythm Game Night. So I won't mark it, but there's a lot of outfits I would love to design. And one of them would definitely include headphones. But I have to figure out how I'm gonna do it. Because there's a lot of fun, but definitely complication when it comes to designing headphones made for people with animal ears. You either have to do some sort of fancy clip, a headset that kind of incorporates the outside shape, kind of like an exoskeleton, that I guess doubles as well as like a headband. So you wouldn't have like fully functional speakers near where the human ears would be, because some people do have sentient human ears. I myself, no, I don't have those. I could if I want to, but it looks silly to me, so I don't put them on. I like the 2 ears that I have. But Yeah, I've seen some people do really fancy earbuds instead of the headset, so they'd be two separate entities instead of either an exoskeleton or a headset that, I guess, incorporates the head clips into each ear. But, I'll have a lot of fun with that later. Two different socks. If we were talking about Lily's previous design, definitely. While they were nearly identical, they were black and white striped with a bit of a frill at the top. But one was significantly, well, not significantly, it was more like a third shorter than the other. But this design is asymmetrical from that point of view. One sock can be interchanged with the other. Overcomplicated design. Nope. I feel like if I had an overcomplicated design, it wouldn't be as mobile and breathable as the one I have is now. 2, it also probably been very expensive to even get a model done if I did. I don't think any of Lily's designs would ever be too overcomplicated unless the theme is overcomplicated to begin with. Like, this would be like a final form design, so to say. Except some people will do that final form for every form. Nope. Cat. Should I mark this one as a joke? Because I know a lot of Fox VTubers always have the ongoing joke that Fubuki does, where they always call her Cat and she's like, I'm not Cat, I'm Fox thing. But no, I feel like they should have done Cat or Fox for that one. That feels almost like an insult. I see what you're doing there. Yeah. But no. I'm gonna do something different. I'm just gonna not mark it, but I will use in red. Just type the word Fox over it. Because obviously we're definitely not going to be anywhere close to getting a bingo going. But wait. If the cowlick swings down, is it not considered an ahoge anymore? Or is ahoge... Basically, literal translation is idiot hair. Just for very funky shapes, like the heart-shaped one, the Dempa one, or the ones that act like they respond to electricity. Huh. Hey, welcome back, Billy. How you doing? I will say, since we've already got a halfway answer, we'll just keep the one we've got marked. And I'll not mark this one because it's definitely not a stereotypical ahoge anyways. Given the word ahoge is basically based on the word idiot to begin with, having a cowlick that's sensible and makes sense would not be the same as something that's supposed to be seemingly idiotic. So yeah, I won't mark this one. It'd be kind of cool or funky to give her one if I ever had a design that fit it. Like if I did like Antenna, her character from Dona Dona, if I ever did design like that, where it's like a Denpa themed, maybe. But that one was fun to talk about, not necessarily fail out because obviously whoever made that one comment, did this person who make this even play bingo or know what bingo is? I really see what you mean now. But still, not since air vents were in vogue, I think. like more of a moe feature now. It's been a long time since it was a ditzy hair tree. Yeah, you don't see the over... It used to be very stereotypical. And I guess that kind of fashion died out. And if anything, it gives a lot more character to characters that do have it now. Because it's very... It feels very much like it's done in an eccentric way. It's not like everybody's got one anyway. But it's, if a character is very well above the threshold for being a very eccentric character, then they kind of pop out and then they fit, I guess. Things are going well. We're kind of wrapping up. I was wanting to do some little bingo ones. We had trouble finding one. At least one of the good ones that I thought I had seen at some point. But, yeah. That was just kind of what we were doing. Killing time, talking, and Jesus Christ, did this really take an hour to go through? It's so much fun to talk about things, even if, like, we don't really get much done. But, yeah, we ended up killing another hour, so... Hopefully I didn't bore you guys too much, especially since we had to call off the games and stuff for tonight. I feel like my net has just started working again, which is really strange timing, but I'm not going to complain about working net, obviously. Let's just hope it's working tomorrow night. And if it is, what I'll try to do is I'll try to have like a movie or suggestions in mind for like a watch along in case. Nope, there goes my net again. It's like you speak about the devil. It's like you mentioned the devil and then he shows up out of nowhere. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Aight. Yeah. But yeah, we'll just have to see what we're doing tomorrow, cause I'm gonna get through this. It's like we won't let the net defeat us. But if the net's working, we'll see what we do. If it takes me this long to do one bingo thing, we may just save those for when we don't have net, because it would be like robbing content from times where I can't stream at a full potential. But hey, pancake, what you doing? Yeah, I think that's where we're going to go ahead and wrap up the stream for tonight. It was kind of like a little stream. Had a really rough start, but we definitely made the most of it. So, what I'm gonna go do is see who's actually on at 2 in the morning. You been lurking? Been lurking there, Pancake? I like my lurkers. Let's see. I see Udon streaming smart stuff. Let me see if she's actually there at the moment. Might be eating. Oh, TJH is actually streaming a casual playthrough of Linked Between Worlds. I forget, today is Saturday. Doesn't Shimo usually stream Saturdays? Maybe she's doing one of those DJ things and she's streaming on another channel. Let me just make sure that nobody that I know would want to like drop a friendly raid is going at it. Otherwise, we may go watch TGH, because I do enjoy people doing their first casual playthroughs of Zelda games. And for somebody that just plays all the 2D Zeldas and speedruns them, or speedruns them. Oh yeah, she did have a stream planned for a day. I guess something... Wait a second. It could be... I'm just gonna make sure that I am following her channel, right? Oh, she's not streaming 7 days. I hope she's okay. Oh, it's because she's been doing a lot of Discord and DJ stuff on, I guess, a collaboration channel or something. Anywho, yeah, maybe we can drop her the raid tomorrow, because I assume she is going to do something. But yeah, yep. I'm probably going to go get. Oh, Discord stream and watch-alongs. I see. Yeah, she did. I think she was doing like the Black Lagoon not too long ago. Thanks for that, Betsy. But yeah, I think I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna get TGH's name correctly. We'll drop him a raid. I'll probably go up, use the restroom, bring some food, and probably enjoy this because it can be entertaining at times, especially if you're typing a certain command in his chat, whether it's like !adlib or !story. He's just one of the. He's a very retro speedrunner for the Zelda series. He used to hold all records. Like, he was the world record leader for any percent in each of the 2D categories. But obviously he's been around the scene for a long time and doesn't really chase world record paces anymore. But his knowledge, his execution, and just his personality have made him a very interesting watch. So, if you're still going to be up for a while and just kind of want to watch somebody playing Zelda, we'll drop him a raid and then we'll hang out there for a while. I'll see you guys again tomorrow night. Definitely, we'll see you again tomorrow night. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good evening.